The father of our hero and his sister died when he was little, and after that, the mother told the boy to become a shaman, as he had potential. She forced her son to study the religious aspects of shamanism, poetry, magic, and various strange things previously unknown to the boy. His mother told him that trouble awaited him if he did not choose this path, but the hero was not interested in all these teachings. The boy devoted all his time to scientific research, and after 10 years, he became part of society. But the woman turned out to be right, and one day he ran into trouble. The guy was hit by a car and died. What was surprising was that the hero was reborn and realized that his mother was telling him the truth. It turned out that there is more than one life. But also, after reincarnation, the guy realized that some things can only be learned through personal experience. Our reborn hero began to work as a teacher at the Academy of Magic. A series of events led him here. One day he arrived at the station where there were many people waiting, serious men, a beautiful girl in a hat, and others waiting for the train to the capital. When the train arrived, passengers began to board the carriage. The conductor asked the guy to show him his ticket, and after checking, wished him a good trip. After the man, other passengers entered the carriage, and the future teacher went to look for the seat indicated on the ticket. After searching, the man found his seat, 4th car, 3rd compartment, seat 403. He thought about it. The coincidence seemed strange to him. In the compartment sat a man with gray hair, a gray beard, and was enthusiastically reading a newspaper. This is our hero. The man was surprised when the compartment doors opened, and a young guy in a hat entered and said hello, putting down his newspaper. After a while, the train moved off and set off, passing snow-covered cliffs and tall trees, and the boy and his gray-haired neighbor became immersed in reading. A little time passed, and the guy looked up from the book, raised his head, and looked towards his fellow traveler, who was sitting opposite him. On the back of the newspaper was the news that the civil war in the Utah Kingdom had ended and the princess's faction had won. The guy said out loud to his fellow traveler that he was glad that the war had come to an end. Looking up, the man replied that he was also glad about it, and that he too was wondering when it would all end. The guy continued the conversation, indicating that the prince's faction had recently been recruiting soldiers, but it was good that the war did not last long. Our hero introduced himself as Roger Salici, and his fellow traveler said that the guy was apparently of noble birth, and said that his name was simply Gerard. Roger said that he was a fallen noble, meaning someone who was a noble but had their title taken away for what they did, but was still able to use magic. The boy asked Gerard where he was going, to which the man replied that he was going to Lindenbrunn, the capital of the empire. Roger replied that the Exilian Empire was famous for its advanced engineering, so there was much to see there, and added that he was heading to Leathervelk. The boy said that he was going there to join Theon Academy, which caused great surprise in the gray-haired man. Gerard told the guy that he must be an outstanding specialist, but Roger laughed and said that he was just lucky. The man said that many people dream of being in the young guy's place, so he should be proud of himself. Roger thanked his companion for his kind words and asked if he had heard about the man from the princess's faction who had won. The guy also added that it was a wandering mercenary named Machiavelli, and he had neither experience in magic nor the highest knightly rank. But Gerard wasn't particularly surprised by the guy's question and said that he considered this story gossip and nothing more. But it was true, because Machiavelli was the one who wandered the world in search of one object, and this was the name the guy used in his past life. Gerard asked the boy if he would take charge of a class at Theon's academy, to which the boy replied that he would be in charge of the second-year students. The gray-haired man looked at him sharply and said that he was more capable than he thought, thereby confusing the guy. Gerard wanted to say something, but suddenly there was a loud sound, and the carriage began to rock violently. The men couldn't understand what was happening. The guy assumed that the engine had probably exploded, but the fellow traveler said that this couldn't happen because he was protected by magic. The man told the boy that it was probably a trap, and they had set it up to rob rich merchants or nobles, and if they had set off the explosion, then there was a magician among them. The heroes decided that they needed to hide or get off the train, and Roger said that he would go first and ask the man to wait for him. The fearless guy left the compartment to see what was going on and realized that there were no passengers in the fourth carriage. Gerard was concerned about the safety of the other passengers, to which the guy said that the compartments were protected by magic. The man replied that it was still dangerous to remain in the compartment if the same magic spell had been cast on them, the protection of which had been broken. Roger and his companion could not understand why the robbers were not here yet, since the explosion occurred in the third carriage. Gerard said that if he had been in the robbers' place, he would have headed to the first carriage first, because that was where the first-class passengers were. The man suggested that the guy go out through the back door, and at that moment, behind their backs, a robber flew into the car, kicking out the window. Roger reacted quickly to this and turned to face the robber and told Gerald to stand behind him. The heroes saw the robber, a green mask half hiding his ugly face with scars and a terrible look. In an instant, the robber took out a sharp antique knife and decided to pounce on Roger and Gerald, who were standing there. The guy realized that he needed to defend himself and used a magical blow, which hit with such force that the robber flew back several meters. With the attacker lying on the floor, the men became more confident and looked down on him with disdain. Gerard was a bit worried and asked the guy if he killed the robber, but Roger said he only immobilized him. The guy decided to approach the lying robber to ask him a couple of questions, and his companion said that it was dangerous. The hero approached the villain and, pressing him lightly with his foot, asked why he climbed into the carriage, and the robber only began to laugh. Roger was angered by this and demanded more insistently that the robber answer his question. The robber looked angrily at the guy, calling him a dirty little man, and said that he would kill everyone here. After this, the villain opened his jacket with both hands, and Roger saw that there was a large bomb inside, with 2 seconds left before it exploded. The boy heard Gerard shout at him to hide, but he stood frozen in horror, unable to take his eyes off the explosives and the last elusive number on them. In an instant, there was a powerful explosion that resounded throughout the entire carriage. The gray-haired man sat on the floor, covering his head with his hands. When the smoke cleared a little, the man stood up and called Roger, asking if he was okay, but received no answer. Gerard didn't see a single living soul in the carriage. Roger was nowhere to be found, and the carriage was covered in shrapnel and smoke. The man called Roger again, but he was nowhere to be found, and he noticed that the skin on his face was damaged. He pulled the sagging skin of his face with his hand and tore it off, and it turned out to be a mask, under which was the young face of a guy with black hair. It was this same Machiavelli who took the name of a famous person from his previous life. He had to completely change his personality to avoid getting into dangerous situations, and he simply traveled around the world. One day he attracted unwanted attention to himself, but fortunately, when the princess and her soldiers were overcome with triumph, he managed to hide and board a train to Lindebruen. But despite this, the guy was disappointed that troubles were happening to him all the time. The hero stood among the destroyed train. He threw away his mask and thought about what happened, sadly remembered Roger. The guy didn't expect the bomb to explode. Ordinary robbers would hardly have pulled something like that off unless their target was the train and not the passengers. Suddenly, a man with glasses appeared from behind. He saw the guy and asked what happened here and if he was okay. The guy explained to the man that the train had been attacked by armed robbers and that they were heading to the first car and that it would be advisable not to get involved. The stranger turned out to be a conductor, and he said that passengers needed to be evacuated through the last car. He wanted to suggest that the guy do the same, but he suddenly hit the man and grabbed him by the throat with his hand. The guide looked at the guy with an innocent look and seemed not to understand what was happening, but the guy said that this game would not convince him. He said that robbers don't just attack any passing train out of the blue, let alone a protective spell that wears off on its own. The man realized that he had been found out, so he wanted to take a knife out of his sleeve, but the guy noticed it in time and asked where they were so fast. But the man remained silent even when the guy put a knife to his neck, so he decided to let the man go. But suddenly, the hero heard a familiar sound and with a quick movement kicked the man in the back forward. The guy suddenly crouched down, dodging the many bullets that flew through the man's body. He couldn't figure out when the enemy had time to give the signal, because he was constantly watching him, so the guy decided that this operation was planned. The guy was seen by a gang of men with guns, who were very surprised that he was able to dodge the bullets and survive. The hero stood up and, adjusting his tie, told the men not to even dream of killing him. But the villains didn't even think about letting him go and pointed their guns at the guy, and one of them said to finish him off. Our hero looked at them intently, and with the help of magic made it so that none of the bandits could pull the trigger, which left them perplexed. A moment later, the masked men noticed that mana was being released around the guy, and they guessed that he was a mage and that he had disabled the weapon. But then the hero felt how something began to suppress the magic in his hands, and the guy felt how he began to lose strength. Then he looked at the people with weapons and saw that a magician had appeared among them, and it seemed that the guy had heard of him before. He told the young hero not to twitch, and then he would be granted a quick death because the guy was surrounded and had nowhere to go. The enemy felt that the guy was an unusual magician, maybe even fourth rank like him, but he didn't remember his face. The young magician stood on the edge of the carriage with the knocked-out wall and thought that 10 minutes had already passed since the explosion, and he could no longer wait for reinforcements. And he decided that there was no other way out but to jump off the train, which he did, without waiting for these villains to finish him off here. As soon as he jumped, the bandits immediately looked out of the hole, but they did not see where the guy had disappeared to and decided that he had jumped off the train. The main man said that the guy was on the roof and most likely he used flight magic, but they did not understand how this could be done if the train was moving. The villainous magician said that his people should find the guy urgently and that several people should stay here and the rest should search in the first carriage. The hero was indeed on the roof. He was running quickly along the moving train, and a further plan was already maturing in his head. The robbers noticed that the guy ran to the back of the train and headed to the last car. But when they opened the door, they were covered by a wave of a powerful explosion. The gang of villains were surprised at how quickly the guy set a trap for them, and the leader said that the hero was different from the magicians he had encountered. He said that the efficiency and results of his work were on a completely different level, and that the guy looked more like a hunter than a magician or a mercenary. A minute later, the masked men realized that the young magician was separating the cars in order to escape, and that he had no intention of fighting them. Our hero actually separated the cars, remaining behind the departing train on which the bad guys remained. The main enemy tried to remember his face and decided to track him down and kill him. Suddenly, the main bandit felt a huge amount of energy, but it was unclear where it came from. Turning around, the villain saw our hero, who looked at the gang with disdain and directed his magic in their direction. The guy directed a powerful stream of energy at his opponents, and the main villain shouted in horror at the men to run away, while he himself was blinded by the strong light. The entire team was defeated. The villains lay dead on the floor, and the young magician was pleased that it was finally all over. But the main enemy stood opposite. His body was heavily damaged by the inflicted energy blow, but he still remained alive. Half of the enemy's face was burnt. He directed his terrifying gaze at the guy and asked him why he needed to kill them. The enemy began to accuse the guy of killing many ordinary people who were patriots fighting for peace. To which our hero asked in bewilderment how the scoundrel dared to accuse him, since it was they who wanted to kill the young man in the first place. After this conversation, the hero informed the enemy that he would be ready to let him go, but now he cannot, because he knows him by sight. The barely alive man said that it was better to decide everything here and now, and magically, his body began to split into two parts like a masquerade costume. Our hero looked at what was happening in bewilderment. He did not expect this at all, and simply watched in anticipation to see what would happen next. From under the man's ugly body appeared a beautiful girl with a wonderful figure and luxurious hair. She turned to the guy and asked if he was okay, and if he was too scared looking at what was happening. The heroine asked not to worry and heroically announced that the Knights of Cold Steel were already here. The bandits who were in the first carriage were scared. They didn't even think that in such weather, the knights would be able to use flight magic. The Cold Steel Knights skillfully directed their magical power against the armed men who remained on the train. The heroes began to clear the carriages of villains one by one, and they transmitted information to each other telepathically by placing 2 fingers to their temples. So they got rid of the bandits in the first carriage and then in the second, and the passengers were finally safe. Soon the knights reported to the girl, who was a lieutenant, that the situation on the train was completely under control, and she praised them for their excellent work. The Knights of Cold Steel ensured that passengers reached Leathervelk Station safely. Our hero was in his compartment when the lieutenant came to him and asked how he was and whether the terrorists had wounded him. The mage replied that he was fine, thanks to the Knights of Cold Steel, and that he was simply lost in his thoughts. The girl was glad to hear that he was okay. She decided to introduce herself and called herself Veronica DeVille. And then the stranger asked her if the girl was the commander of the Knights of White Steel, and having received an affirmative answer, learned her name. The man, Remless, was an officer with the Leathervelk Police Department and showed the lieutenant his ID and said he was aware of the attack on the train in the Arete Mountains. The girl said that they had eliminated all the criminals, for which the officer thanked her, but pointed out that there was something strange in the report. The man tried to figure out how the attackers had captured the train so quickly, because even using magical power, they could not have broken through the protection so easily. Our guy watched the conversation between the officer and the girl with suspicion, and the man continued that most likely there was someone on board the train who helped them. Veronica thought about this information and said that it was a sound idea, but still only an assumption. The police officer then explained that they would not detain the people, but that their identities needed to be established, to which the lieutenant agreed. At the same time, she turned to the young man who was sitting behind him and, as if calming him down, said that everything would be fine. The main thing was to answer the questions honestly. The guy again plunged into familiar sensations and realized that he was in big trouble again, and he was really tired of it. There is nothing suspicious about Gerard's identity since he passed ticket control and legally boarded the train. But the problem was in the face, because now it does not at all look like the face of a 45-year-old gray-haired man. And the guy began to assume that if he was put under investigation, then sooner or later his secret would be revealed and the young man would be hanged. And if he was lucky, he would be subjected to severe torture. The hero understood that he could not escape since the street was full of police officers and Knights of Cold Steel. Besides, the lieutenant was merciless to criminals. Now she is smiling while talking, but if she suspects something, the guy will be in trouble. After a while, the officer took out a list of passengers and said that our hero had nothing to worry about. He just needed to confirm his identity. The man asked the conductor to give him a ticket corresponding to seat 403, which indicated 2 passengers, Roger Chalici, 25, and Gerard, 40 years old. The policeman looked at the guy and asked him where the second passenger was, because there should be 2 of them in the compartment. The young man told honestly how during the attack, he was caught in an explosion when they were passing the Arete Mountains, and that he then fell off a cliff. Despite the fact that the guy hid his appearance, he told the truth about his fellow traveler, although the officer sensed a catch in the young man's words. The policeman told our hero to stay put, to which the lieutenant of the Knights of Cold Steel stood up for the guy and said that the guy could not be a suspect. Veronica informed the officer that our hero was fighting terrorists when the knights arrived, and traitors do not behave like that. The officer felt uncomfortable that he suspected the guy of setting him up and asked him for forgiveness, calling the young man Mr. Roger. Our young magician sat with a confident look, and of course the problem had been resolved. He was mistaken for Roger, and he didn't even have to invent anything. When Veronica and the policeman saw the recording that the guy was accepted to work at Theon Academy, they were very surprised and asked him if it was true. And, taking advantage of this idea, the young man replied that this was so and that he was the new professor, Roger Chalici. After that, he took his suitcase and was about to leave. At the station, the officer apologized again, and the guy thanked him in return for being able to get here. The police officer insistently offered to give the young professor a ride to the academy, saying that he could not do otherwise, because the future of the empire was in his hands. Roger really wanted them to leave him alone and politely refused, justifying himself with important matters. The guy said goodbye to the officer and Veronica, adding that he was glad to meet the girl, having heard from her that she was also glad to meet him. The young man walked further away from the station, mentally rejoicing that he had succeeded and that this journey was over. In his heart, he asked for forgiveness from the real Mr. Roger who died and thanked him for saving his life. The guy was helped by the fact that the quality of the photos was not the best, and it was really difficult to distinguish him from the real Mr. Roger. Our hero moved away with relief, thinking that the problem was solved and now he was okay, wondering where to hide and how to create a new personality. But then one of the passers-by called out to the boy, calling him Mr. Roger Chalichi and saying that he had seen him talking with the knight. It was an older man who called himself Wilford and said that he worked at Theon's academy, and after hearing about what happened, he came to meet the guy. The man offered Roger to take him to Theon, and the boy gave in. He was so tired of these people that he simply agreed to the offer. The young man got into the man's carriage, which was pulled by a metal horse, and they headed to where the old man had promised to take the boy. On the way to Theon, our hero thought that all this was not good. He was met by an unusual employee of the academy, because he had a fit body and he appeared very unnoticed. If the magician escaped using a stupid excuse, it would seem suspicious and the man would follow him, so the guy decided to postpone the escape. Since Gerard was presumed dead, our hero has been nothing more than a ghost in this country, meaning that if he were to disappear, no one would notice. It was good that at least now our hero had an ironclad alibi and could live the life of Roger Cellini. While thinking about this, the carriage brought the young man to Theon, a huge territory with many buildings. The boy was surprised by the size of the academy. Wilford informed the young man that he would take him to the rector and take his luggage. The academy was very large and bright. There was a large clock in front of the central entrance, and tall columns stood around it. The lady was a young girl. She introduced herself pleasantly as Eliza Willow and said that she was waiting for Roger. The rector asked if everything was okay with the young man, since she had been informed about what had happened, and the hero answered her that everything was fine thanks to the knightly order. Eliza was very happy to hear this. Smiling, she added that if the guy had suffered, it would have affected the academy too. The young man was amazed by the rector's openness, and the fact that she spoke so easily about possible negative consequences simply did not fit into his head. But what bothered him even more was the strange feeling that arose as soon as he entered here. The future professor looked at the rector and could not discern in her sly gaze whether she had revealed his secret or whether she had met Roger before. But a minute later, it became clear that it was not, because the girl happily expressed her admiration for the young man's appearance and said that she was glad to have their first personal meeting. The guy thanked him for the compliment, and Eliza said that he would become popular among the students and handed him the sheet, reminding him of the information that she had apparently sent to Roger. The paper indicated the salary, that the employment contract was for 2 years, and also that food and accommodation would be at the academy's expense. But the contract did not play an important role, because the magician was planning to run away soon. But the salary confused our hero, because it would be 30 imperial gold coins a month, that is, 30 million dinars. The rector, seeing the boy's surprise, asked if he liked the conditions, although she herself understood that they had bribed the young man. Our hero answered that the conditions were not bad, holding back his emotions, but in fact, for him, it was a real jackpot. But the future professor began to think, because with such a salary and responsibilities, he would have a lot at the academy. Would he have enough knowledge? Because in Theon, there are only geniuses. The guy thought further and came to the conclusion that his job here was a done deal, and if he refused, it would be suspicious. The young magician knew how to lie, bluff, and read the mood of his interlocutor. He had experience of his present and past life, so he announced to the rector that he was ready to sign the contract. Eliza extended her hand and told Mr. Roger that she would be glad to work with him, and the guy responded in kind by shaking his hand. Our hero settled in Theon. He had 3 weeks left before the start of the semester, during which time he would be able to prepare. The young professor was given a whole house, which he also did not expect. Now the guy was getting used to the idea that he would be a teacher at Theon's academy. The young man recalled how, having been reborn 27 years ago, he retained all his memories, but lost all his abilities. The hero had to endure many difficult trials, but he never thought that he would become a professor. Technically, he got a fictitious job without his consent, although on the other hand, he needed a new identity. From Roger's letters, the boy learned that he was from a fallen noble family from the small kingdom of Kveoden. The only child in the family, his parents had passed away. It turns out that Roger's personality suited the guy very well, and no one should reveal him. There is no better disguise. The young man needed to sort out the lectures and find information about the academy, but he decided to explore the area first. But when the hero was about to leave, he remembered that he had not eaten anything and decided to put off everything until tomorrow and go to a restaurant. 2 weeks flew by quickly. Roger sat with a cup of coffee and read papers. He managed to collect the necessary information and prepare for classes. There was 1 week left for practice. A girl in a hood sat down at the table behind him, and the guy, seeing that visitors were arriving, wanted to go home and prepare for the introductory course. But suddenly the stranger spoke. She said that she was glad to see him safe and that she was worried that something could happen to him. The young man did not pay attention to the girl and pretended not to hear, continuing to sip his coffee. The stranger continued, asking why the guy hadn't contacted her for 2 weeks, since the members of the organization were worried about him, calling him the First Order. The magician abruptly put the cup on the table and replied that he had to check something. The hero realized that Roger Chalichi was being followed. The girl replied that the terrorist attack was a surprise and they did not know that the rebels were planning an attack. The hero decided to play along, explaining to the girl that he needed information about the academy, to which the stranger was surprised because she sent the information in a letter. With confidence in his voice, the guy replied that he just wanted to make sure that it was true, and the girl understood him. The young man did not understand what was happening. Now he had to try not to arouse any suspicion and continue to play along. When the stranger asked if he had taken care of everything, the mage claimed that he had dealt with the main figures of the academy that they had been targeting, and had also tracked down and eliminated the traitor. The new arrival said that as far as she knows, the traitors were fed their own limbs, and the remains were thrown to the dogs, and in her opinion, this was a worthy punishment, and the guy realized that everything was bad. The stranger added that she should have verified everything herself before reporting to Roger, and she apologized for this. Our hero did not understand what she was talking about, but without showing it, he calmly asked her to tell him the reason for her sudden appearance. She started talking again about how Roger had been here for a month, but still hadn't contacted them, and they were worried. The guy sharply noted that her appearance attracted unnecessary attention and got on his nerves. He noticed from the conversation that the girl was afraid of Roger. Softening his voice, the young man said that he would listen to her report and asked how many people they had taken. Nervously, the stranger reported that 31 people from the Third Order and 7 from the Second had been successfully infiltrated, and other members of the First Order had already taken their positions according to plan. Roger calmly approved of the girl's words and suggested that the stranger leave if the report was finished, and she asked him to come to the previously agreed place in the future. The young man, of course, did not know what kind of place this was, and he decided to switch to a strict tone again, making it clear to her that she had no right to give him orders. Returning home, the guy tried to understand at least something. Roger is the youngest 4th-rank mage and Theon's professor. It all didn't fit together into one picture. Our hero was angry with himself for not suspecting something was wrong earlier, and Roger's personality seemed ideal to him. After all, she was specially created in such a way as not to arouse suspicion. Otherwise, he would not have been able to infiltrate the academy. And then it dawned on the young man that these letters that he found were most likely encrypted, and now the guy was in an unpleasant situation. Our hero did not understand how he could have miscalculated so much and gotten himself into such trouble with hasty actions. It seemed that Roger used the Kveoden language to encode the messages. The construction of the sentences immediately seemed strange to the magician. The guy couldn't even imagine that it was the First Order, whose task was to infiltrate the academy and gain everyone's trust, and then periodically report on progress. But the more he thought about it, the less he believed that the head of a secret society could die in a terrorist attack. It turns out that Roger was one of the strongest members of the organization sent to spy on the academy, and such a person should have survived. Now, to the secrets of our hero, there is also this whole story between Theon's academy and the secret organization. According to that girl, the secret society consists of 4 orders: 0, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The guy knew nothing about the 0 order, but now he at least knew about its existence. The young man decided to find out who else the 1st order had sent, because if this person was familiar with Roger, then there was a risk that he would be exposed, and now the main thing was not to get caught. The guy decided that the best option for him would be to use Theon and get rid of the secret orders, because a secret organization would not be able to resist a powerful academy. It would be necessary to obtain the necessary information without either side realizing it, and this game on 2 fronts was causing the magician a major headache. The thoughts became increasingly heavy, and they tired the professor out considerably, predicting 2 difficult years for him at the academy. The first semester has begun, and the large auditoriums are becoming lively with the many students of the academy. There was a blue-haired student sitting in the audience, listening to a conversation that had started between other students in the back seats. One student was telling the news that the subject of spell theory and visual representation of the elements would be taught by a new professor because the previous one had suddenly quit. The second guy added that their professor quit when a student embarrassed him in front of everyone by showing that she was more capable than him. They were talking about a girl with blue hair. The student's name was Flora. When her friend said that the boys were talking about her, she sheepishly expressed her misunderstanding, as if she had done nothing wrong. The students continued to discuss the new professor, one saying that he had a brilliant reputation and had written a lot of reports while being a military officer. The second student said that he was not some simpleton, but a respected person, and that this professor was also a fallen nobleman. A blue-haired girl named Flora listened thoughtfully to the conversations and thought about how stupid it was to jump to conclusions so early. A couple of minutes later, the professor himself entered the classroom, tall and important. The role of teacher suited him very well, despite his age. The conversations in the audience died down, everyone turned their attention to our hero, and he announced that he was their new professor, Roger Selici. The students froze and looked at him with wide-open eyes in surprise. There was something mysterious and incomprehensible about the professor. Roger warned the boys that while they didn't have a schedule yet, he would make a few announcements, and then they would begin the main course. The young teacher added that he would teach students spells, but the structure of the lesson would be unusual for them, and they would learn not only theory, but also develop practical skills. He also indicated that the first year would also be able to attend classes. The students began to whisper about these announcements. Apparently, this was unusual for them. Roger asked the second years to be quiet, understanding that the workload would be the same for everyone. One of the students raised his hand and wanted to know the reason why the professor decided to combine the courses. It was a blonde with green eyes, Flora's friend, and when the guy saw her, it seemed that he had already seen this girl before. The professor replied that he considered it his duty as a teacher to allow everyone to gain something useful from their classes, regardless of their level of preparation. Roger also said that one shouldn't expect standard lessons, but the girl asked for more details since she didn't understand. Not wanting to reveal all his cards right away, the teacher suggested that she attend the next class if she was interested. Turning once more to the audience, the magician warned that if anyone thought they could earn good grades without trying, simply because they were a new professor, they would be disappointed. Our hero thought that it would be easier for him to teach as few students as possible, despite the fact that he was well prepared. That's why he set these rules. The pride of the second-year students would be hurt if they attended classes on par with the first-year students. And besides, no one would want to study with him if it was difficult. The professor finished his lecture and invited the students to ask questions, who had any, and froze in anticipation. One guy was interested in whether his heavy energy was due to his work as an officer, and one girl wanted to know if it was true that he was the youngest fourth-rank mage. There were many questions, but no one had the courage to ask even one. Even the blue-haired student only smirked at his words. Roger finished the lesson and walked down the corridor thinking about why no one wanted to know anything about him. He even prepared the answers in advance. Then the guy realized that he had apparently hurt their pride and regretted not being more friendly with the students. The professor looked around and saw girls and boys standing on the sides. Their faces were slightly puzzled or even scared. It seemed his assumption was true. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and said hello, and then asked if she understood correctly that he was the new professor, Sir Roger. The beauty said that her name was Selena, and that she was also working here for the first day, and then she offered our hero lunch, and they left the building. On the street they met Braino, a professor in a body who teaches how to summon golems, Matilda, who is responsible for the curse and dispelling magic section of the spells. Roger also introduced himself and said that he taught the theory and practice of spells, thinking that the new professors of the academy had gathered here to get to know each other better. A young man wearing glasses stood nearby and watched the teachers talking and cast unfriendly glances at them. Matilda quietly told Roger that this man was Professor Chris Benamor, and he was the first of all to join the academy, and he was also a nobleman. It turns out that among them there was one nobleman and 3 commoners, not counting Roger himself, and they are the best in their fields, and among them there may be another member of the First Order. Our hero thought about Chris Benamor, but the fact that he was the first to join the academy doesn't mean anything, and you can't take your colleague's word for it. The man in glasses began to mutter irritably that he couldn't stay here any longer, that they were all commoners, and he was just interested in looking at the new teachers. Then the evil professor added that if anything he was on his own and didn't want to deal with anyone, especially Roger. Addressing our hero personally, an impudent man named Chris warned him not to act like a big shot. Matilda was very outraged by the behavior of this professor. She convinced Roger not to pay attention to the bad teacher because his status does not give him the right to look down on them. The new teachers decided to go to lunch without the man in glasses, since he was against them and our guy was no longer alone. The night before the first lesson, the girl who came to the cafe in a hood wrote information in the academy chat. She talked about Roger, that he participated in the hunt for cryptids, and that in the Magic Tower, he is an independent specialist. The girl told the other participants in the conversation that she would not allow the professor's first class to be disrupted and would make sure that many students came to him. The next morning, our hero was heading to his first lecture, and he was wondering how many students had decided to stay since he had specifically warned that his classes would be difficult. Roger was sure that most of them would definitely not come, and if they did, it would be because the other classes were packed to capacity, and at best there would be about 30 people left, no more. The young professor entered the auditorium and was very surprised. Almost all 80 seats were occupied. The students felt the atmosphere change when he entered. Some thought he really was a military officer. Roger saw how many first-year students there were. Weren't they afraid at all to attend classes with second-year students? The guy's first thought was that he had been set up by the girl in the hood who came to his cafe. But then the teacher dismissed this thought and decided that he had simply underestimated the students, because the best of the best study at Theon Academy. Roger's final version was that he had awakened their competitive spirit, and they wanted to prove something. The guy had no choice. He had to do his job, and he introduced himself again, since there were many new faces in the audience. When the mage said he would teach everything about spells, one student asked if that meant he would teach all 4 training profiles. The professor answered the boy sharply that he had not yet given permission to ask questions, but today he would be accommodating. Roger warned that from that day on, he would deduct points from those who disrupted the course of the lesson or questioned his authority, but reassured them that the points could be earned again. The teacher continued by adding that since the question had already been asked, he would answer, and confirmed that he would teach all training profiles. The blue-haired girl thought that the professor was setting the bar too high, because out of the 4 profiles called Release, Elemental Magic, Telekinesis, and Fortification, they usually teach 2 at most. Our hero decided to show a 3rd-level fire spell called Trembling Flame to pique the students' interest. The teacher explained that the spell was created based on release, using heat, ignition, compression, expansion, dispersion, and acceleration. It was a 7-component synergy technique, 3 times faster than modern methods of performing this spell. The students were amazed that Roger was really going to speed up the process of creating a spell, because it was impossible and looked unconvincing. Flora's friend asked her if she thought it was possible, since the blue-haired girl was very skilled in magic. Flora wasn't sure. She said it was probably impossible since he had changed the basic structure of the spell. The student thought about the existence of scrolls for storing spells, as well as memory reverberation, which is a memorization process that includes short-term and long-term memory, but both methods have their limits. Flora decided that if the professor used one of these methods, then she would be very disappointed in him. Roger invited those present to ask their questions. Alex asked how this technique could be 3 times faster than what they knew, and the magician said that it reduced the time it took to cast a spell. Dahlia asked, in her first year, if this meant that the professor had changed the structure of an existing spell. The teacher pointed out that if you rework the finished technique, then it will be a completely different spell, and promised to teach students to speed up the process, while preserving the technique in its original form. After these words, Flora spoke up. She very affirmatively informed the professor that this was impossible, for which Roger looked disapprovingly at the blue-haired girl. All the students froze. They knew that when Flora entered the dialogue, even professors sometimes lost in the battle of words. Roger hid his irritation and only calmly explained to the girl that he did not allow her to explain anything, only to ask questions, but he decided to listen to the girl and he asked why she spoke so confidently. The student responded that in order to speed up the process of creating a spell using familiar techniques, one must constantly train and be a master in this matter. The teacher listened attentively. The student said that she doubted that the professor was capable of something that even geniuses could not do. Our hero reacted calmly to Flora's words and expressed his assumption that geniuses could learn this, but simply do not try. Seeing the question in the student's eyes, Roger decided to explain that magic had stagnated in development because it was focused on history and customs, while science had progressed and was now threatening to overtake magic. The professor wasn't trying to say that science was a step higher, he simply meant that magic had room to grow. The magician added that if no one had tried to improve it, then he would be the first, and Flora's statement was incorrect. The hero decided not to be an empty talker and decided to demonstrate everything, and asked the girl if she knew how much time on average it takes to create a trembling flame. The blue-haired student replied that it depended on the mage's abilities. If it was the 3rd rank, then about 10 seconds. A mage of a higher rank would do it in 5 seconds. The teacher confirmed that this was true, but it was not necessary to base it on rank, and he gave students as an example. Flora guessed that it would take the students at least 5 seconds, but specified that she could do it faster. Roger asked the girl to come to the board and set an example for everyone, as her confidence was impressive. The student agreed, and found herself in front of an astonished audience and created a trembling fire as Roger had requested. Her classmates were amazed at the speed of her technique, and one guy said that it was immediately obvious that she was the daughter of the Lumos family. The professor measured the time on his stopwatch at 4 seconds, 78 milliseconds, commenting that he found it hard to believe that she was a second-year student. The magician praised Flora, calling her performance flawless, but she coldly replied that there was nothing special about it. But when our hero added that it was still too slow, the student's eyes simply widened. Roger clarified that she was a little short in time. The best time for a 3rd-rank mage was 4:41 seconds, to which the girl replied that she would speed up if she practiced. The professor continued to tickle the student's nerves and announced that 4:41 was also not a fast enough result. The audience was stunned and could not even imagine how fast their teacher was. Roger ordered everyone to watch how to create a flickering flame and made a movement with his magic wand. The students were amazed. The process took a second or even less, and the blue-haired girl became even more convinced that the magician had completely changed the structure of the spell. The professor asked the students if they all saw the process, and said that he would repeat it again for those who did not notice. Roger did the same thing again with ease, baffling everyone present and even Flora. It took 0.24 seconds to create the flickering flame, much faster than the official record, and the mage was sure that they had now changed their minds. The teacher explained that the spell might seem strange, since it was the first time he used a different technique, but nevertheless, it remained the same. In other words, he used one technique to create another. That is, he changed the initial data and came to an already known result. The magician continued to explain that it was necessary to create a kind of program, as if the magician's body was equipment and the accumulation of magical power was data. And then the programs called techniques would activate the software, that is, magic. All this that the professor described, he called the source code, and this is where Roger's explanation ended. Flora was very puzzled. She had never heard of such magic, and now she was wondering who this man Roger Chalichi was. The professor said that she interrupted the lesson without his permission, and all because she was biased towards his words. The girl was ashamed of her behavior, and she agreed with Roger's words, although she was so sure that she was right. The teacher added that the girl had acted unreasonably rudely towards him, so he promised to deduct 10 points from her grade. The blue-haired student's friend couldn't believe it. How could they fine Flora, the one who was higher in knowledge in the entire second year? Clenching her fists, the student was already heading to her seat, suppressing the storm of indignation inside herself. But suddenly the professor turned to her again and clarified that she had shown the perfect technique for creating a trembling flame, so he was returning 10 points to her. He also added that he respects diligent students and praised Flora, even squeezing out the word "thank you." Overall, the students were glad that it all ended this way and that the penalty points were cancelled. The friend asked the blue-haired student how she was, but Flora looked pleased and thanked her for her concern. Cheryl was surprised at how quickly her friend let it go, but in reality, her friend hadn't been open with her. Roger took off his coat and announced to the boys that this was just an introduction and that the lesson could now begin. He went on to say that he would select students who would listen carefully and teach them the source code, so he recommended that they work hard. Of course, this inspired the students, as well as filled them with fear of what they considered an impossible task. One of the guys remembered how he heard bad gossip about the professor from the students, and did not want to come, but now he realized that he was afraid in vain and that Theon is the strongest academy. After an hour of laying out the theory, the teacher finished the first lesson and, asking the students to review the material at home, left the classroom. After he left, the students began to discuss him, share their impressions, and say that the professor was simply incredible and that no one had ever seen anything like the source code. But there was one arrogant guy who began to belittle the others, explaining that if such nonsense impressed them, it meant they were all commoners and there was no place for such people here. He walked up to the bespectacled boy who was admiring Roger and began to hover over the student questioningly. The young bespectacled man did not know that he was talking to him and remained silent, so a conflict arose between them. Ignoring the apology, the student became furious and muttered through his teeth that no one had the right to look down on Baron Phalio's eldest son. One student, hearing this conversation, wondered if this was the Baron Phalio, whose estate was located on the far border of the empire. Upon seeing him, the evil guy mockingly stated that he was surprised that Theon was now accepting children. To which the other guy cheekily replied that it was better to have children than the stupid sons of a baronial family. This made the pompous guy even more angry, and he took his magic wand and hissed that they would answer for their words. The student looked calmly at the angry guy, and he was not afraid at all. There was a challenge in his expression. The villain was embarrassed when he was asked to continue to see what would happen if he attacked right here. The defender came closer. He was shorter, but he was not afraid, and continued to say that the academy would not turn a blind eye just because of his status. Then he added that the scoundrel should have read the rules before joining and looked around before raising his voice, because there were observers of their conversation. The ill-wisher realized that he had lost, since everyone around him was looking at him disapprovingly, so, gritting his teeth, he left. The guy with glasses sighed with relief that the villain had left and thanked his savior, introducing himself as Aiden. The fearless guy who stood up for him asked not to thank him, because he was simply infuriated that the scoundrel was bragging about his status, and replied that his name was Leo. The bespectacled man began to praise the guy even more, but Leo didn't like it, and he decided to leave. Aiden seemed to think he had found a new friend because he was going to walk with Leo, not even knowing where he was going. Seeing the alchemy textbook in his savior's hands, the bespectacled man said that he was also going to an alchemy lesson now, but Leo was indifferent to this, telling him to do as he wanted. But then the guy advised Aiden not to be so obvious, because he was a country bumpkin and a commoner, although the bespectacled man didn't realize it. Leo, more kindly, advised him to find out how everything was built in Theon, especially in terms of second-year students, among whom there were those who had a strong position in society. The guy explained that, firstly, Flora Lumos was a second-year student, and she was no gift. It was better not to approach her, and Aiden realized that she was the one who spoke in front of the class. The bespectacled man's new friend added that, according to rumors, the previous professor of the theory and practice of spells quit because of her. The second student is a native of a noble family of the Exifin Empire, the third princess, Elendel van Exifin. Leo clarified that commoners like him and Edmund would be in trouble if they somehow offended a person of royal blood, and the bespectacled man understood who the guy was talking about. And thirdly, the defender added that there is a student who leads the most famous company of the second year, consisting of nobles, and his name is Frieden Volberg from the most noble ducal family. The scoundrel, whom the bespectacled man had already managed to irritate, was one of their company. For them, commoners were just gnats. Edmund told his friend that there was nothing to be done, and asked if there was anyone else, and Leo couldn't figure out whether he was brave or stupid. The guy informed the bespectacled man that there were a few more students he would tell him about along the way, after which his imposed acquaintance suggested having lunch together. Roger, walking down the corridor, thought about the first lesson. The reaction of the students was better than he imagined. He didn't even expect that. In this world, the time corresponds to the 19th century on Earth. Even if we take into account the presence of magical power, science here is not as advanced as in the 21st century in Roger's world. So he created the source code by combining magic and science, but the magician never thought that it would amaze the students so much. When our hero's teacher saw his development, he simply said, "Not bad," and the magician expected something similar from the students. The process of creating a spell must be quick and precise, but it is complex and limited to the third tier. But the professor couldn't teach them just the source code. He would need to prepare more spells to keep it from being discovered. The teacher approached a door, it was his office, and he decided to go in and take a look around. Roger walked into the office, but the first thing he saw was a girl with long white hair and a long dress. It was the rector of the academy. She was apparently waiting for the professor, invited him into the office, and asked if he liked the interior. The girl explained that each professor at the academy had a personal space allocated to him, and Roger could use this space at his own discretion. The teacher was surprised by the meeting, even a little confused. He asked what brought her here, to which she laughingly replied that she just wanted to know how he was doing. The girl was touched by Roger's frankness, and she continued that, as a director, she was obliged to keep an eye on him. Our hero felt a strange tingling sensation in his body when he met Eliza's gaze. The director was surprised why the professor was so calm, and the magician, apologizing, replied that the portion of surprises for today was full. The guy thought to himself that running into a ghost at night would not be as unexpected as meeting Eliza. The girl explained that the other teachers were more surprised, and that Roger was the last one she visited. The professor was somewhat reassured by the fact that she had visited more than just him, but why she had left him for last was a little suspicious. Looking at the girl, our hero thought that perhaps she knew something about him, that he was hiding something. No matter how well the organization hides itself from the rector of the academy, suspicious details will not go unnoticed. Our hero was irritated by this unfair play. Even though he was the head of a secret organization, he didn't work for them. The rector noted that she had heard that Roger had invited first-year students to his lectures, and the guy confirmed that he did not divide students into courses. Eliza said that she doesn't blame the professor for anything, and in fact she agrees with his teaching methods, and that there are some really strong guys among the new students. She also noted that there were also students using unique magic, but Roger didn't know that because he only received a list of groups. The guy also learned from Eliza that a princess attends the classes, so he needs to try not to get into trouble. The rector added that she was not asking him to treat her specially. It would just be difficult to resolve the situation if something bad happened. She congratulated the magician on the successful conduct of the first lesson and said that she would not worry anymore because the students had good impressions of him. Our hero felt a bit awkward and offered the girl some tea, to which she replied that she appreciated his hospitality, but she had work to do and wished the guy good luck with his work. Eliza left the office, and there was an elderly man waiting for her, who asked her how everything went and whether she could trust Mr. Roger. The rector did not yet know the answer to this question, which she told the man, the same one who brought the boy to the academy. The girl continued that she usually watches those who arouse the most suspicion, but she could not say anything for sure about this professor. But the man was sure that if the rector had taken up the matter, then everything would soon be resolved. Eliza thought about it. She could not even imagine that Roger would not even flinch, having encountered her enchanting gaze twice. He would have given in to him if he were a fourth-rank mage, but the fact that the professor didn't react at all meant that he was holding on by sheer force of will. The girl noted that the professor was a very interesting man, but knowing that some secret group was operating in Theon, she had to be attentive to even the most insignificant details. The rector asked Wilford if he thought that the incident on the train was just a trick, and that the stranger had taken advantage of the chaos to take the place of the real Roger. The man replied that it was difficult for him to guess, but he was sure that Roger was an unusual young man. He added that his old gut was telling him this, and the girl confirmed that it never let him down. The rector wasn't sure whether she could trust Roger's words, so she decided to watch him a little longer. When Eliza left the office, our hero was left furious from the personal meeting because she was clearly interrogating him. Roger tried to reassure himself that he hadn't done anything that she could blame him for and decided to just go about his business. The professor took out the list of students and saw that the Lumos family was the most influential noble family. The guy could only hope that he wouldn't get into trouble because of the recent events with the blue-haired girl. The teacher decided that Flora should not take his words to heart, especially since he gave her extra points as a sign of reconciliation. The rector noted that he had many wonderful students, from a first-year student who was vouched for by the Magic Tower to the princess of the Exilian Empire. Roger saw a photo of a guy with glasses and wondered if this was the guy practicing the unique magic that the rector was talking about. The teacher found his face very familiar and tried to remember where he had seen it before. He couldn't remember, so the guy continued to look at the other students. In any case, you need to stay on your guard. Judging by Eliza's burning gaze, she still doesn't trust Roger. Then another thought came to the professor. Perhaps it would be better for him to stick with the secret organization. Our hero remembered that the girl in the cafe called him the First Order. It turns out she must have seen Roger's face when he boarded the train, which means that the change in appearance was not a surprise to her. The guy knew how it would all end if he was caught, and there was no guarantee that the secret organization would protect him. And Roger once again decided to remain a professor and do everything in his power, and then there was a knock on his door. It was a stranger who came to give the teacher the schedule of rounds. Today it was our hero's turn, and he remembered that the contract seemed to mention this. The professor opened the letter and decided to clearly understand the schedule. It seemed to him that there was nothing complicated about it. The academy's premises were spacious, with high ceilings, and students gathered in one of these rooms for training. Among them were two girls between whom a conflict broke out. They argued over status. One of them proved to the other that she had the right to remain in this room, since this place was intended for public use. A student of lower status suggested to another that she should leave if she was not satisfied with something. In response, she heard from a girl who was apparently of a higher status that such an uncouth commoner did not dare to be insolent. Feeling that she was being treated unfairly, the commoner said that in Theon everyone was equal, regardless of status or origin. Lady Dynama explained to the girl that they say this so that she and others like her do not feel deprived, and another guy added that commoners are very stupid. The students from noble families laughed at the commoner who realized that no matter what she said, they would not listen to her. Lady Dynama turned threateningly to the poor girl and said that if she understood everything, then she should beg her forgiveness for her behavior. The students laughed at how stubbornly she stood her ground, because she knew how it would all end, and when she started to leave, Lady Dinema was very angry that her words were ignored. The angry student took out a magic wand and wanted to stop her, calling her a cur. The boys from the noble families called out to Dinema. They were afraid that something bad might happen. A stream of magical energy poured down on the commoner. She was very scared, but suddenly, someone muffled this magic and it dissipated. This enraged the angry student even more. She shouted at the whole room, asking who dared to interfere with her action. Somewhere from the upper floor, the students heard a male voice asking why they were fighting in a hall intended for training. It was Roger. He threatened the students that the school year had just begun, and they were already getting into trouble, and called it disrespect for Theon Academy. Everyone present froze in bewilderment. They never expected to see a new professor here. Our hero, using the magic of flight, descended down, explaining that he wanted to limit himself to a warning, but it was a one-sided attack. The girl from the noble family said that there was no problem, and it was necessary to protect the honor of her family. Roger addressed Lady Dinema very sternly and announced to the entire hall that all of Theon's students were equal, and that no matter how noble your lineage is, and despite the disapproval on the girl's face, the professor said that he simply could not turn a blind eye to it. After these words, our hero ordered the student to follow him immediately, after which she became even more angry. Literally losing her temper, the girl clenched her fists and called Roger an insignificant fallen nobleman. Of course, the professor, hearing this, felt a storm of indignation in his soul, and he asked the girl again what she had said, as if buying time to take control of his emotions. The teacher's voice made the students freeze in fear, and Lady Dinema herself was unable to open her mouth. One of the girls called Professor Selena, and she quickly headed towards Roger to stop him, because it was dangerous to conflict with the princess. Our hero approached the naughty student, and a threat hung in the air over them, and everyone understood that the teacher would not forgive the insult. The mage raised his hand and heard Selena call out to him from behind. Everyone thought that Roger was about to vent his aggression, but he dropped his hand on Dynema's shoulder. The magician had great willpower. He decided not to give in to emotions, and answered the girl that he was indeed a fallen nobleman. Dinema looked at the professor with surprised eyes because she expected the worst from him. The teacher looked calmly at the student and continued that she had made a correct point, but everyone was in Theon, and he was a professor, and that she was questioning his authority. Softening his voice even more, the magician said that the girl had just arrived, and it was probably not easy for her to get used to the new environment. Roger added that he would assume that she had misspoken and said that he would let her go this time, but of course he promised her disciplinary action for her rude behavior towards her classmate. Our hero saw that Selena approached the commoner and asked the student if she was injured, to which he heard that everything was fine. Roger announced that he was leaving the students with Professor Selena, and then left, leaving behind him the astonished crowd. The commoner, whom the teacher called Renee, was delighted that he remembered her name and that she attended his lectures. The girl understood that she was an ordinary commoner, no different from the other students, which is why she was so delighted by the professor's words. Having analyzed this situation, Renee decided that he was not as bad as it seemed and as others said. Now she felt that she could trust him and follow his example, and decided that she would study even better from now on. After what happened, Roger went outside and sat down on one of the benches. His head was hurting terribly, and it seemed like he was turning into a monster. The magician felt like another minute and he would go crazy, so he took a bottle of pills out of his jacket pocket and took them. A minute later, the guy felt better, and he thought how good it was that he had these pills. Roger was puzzled as to why this was happening now, since he had almost shown me his weak side. The symptoms appeared as soon as he entered the first training ground, when he could still control it. But when he felt worse, he was about to leave, and then that girl started screaming louder and louder, so he couldn't help but intervene. The guy hoped he had done well, but he knew his face was a complete mess, and he probably didn't look very good. Looking at the last empty bottle, our hero understood that he could hold out for about 5 days, but most likely he would have to use magic, and besides, saying goodbye to the prescription for the pharmacy could be dangerous. Roger was thinking that he urgently needed to contact that guy so that something that shouldn't happen wouldn't happen. On the second day, our hero, Professor Matilda and Selena, were having lunch in the dining room. She was telling yesterday's news. She spoke about how students saw a dark figure sitting on the roof of a building in the city last night. The mage said that it sounded like an urban tale about a ghost, to which Selena replied that there were witnesses to its appearance on Theon's territory. She added that it could have been something else, but it was probably a werewolf. It is not surprising to encounter such an unusual phenomenon in the academy environment. There are even stories about Theon's 7 ghosts. The girl spoke so enthusiastically about it that Roger drew her attention to the fact that she knew a lot of ghost stories. Selena began to justify herself, saying that she had not specifically sought out information about the supernatural, but simply wanted to find topics for discussion that would be interesting. Matilda decided to start a conversation about how the magician demonstrated an unusual technique during the first lesson. She asked what the name of something innovative that the professor had created by speeding up the spell creation process was. Roger called it the source code. Other teachers in the cafeteria noticed this conversation, and apparently they also became interested. Matilda asked again if this was true, and the teacher confirmed it, although it was not the most appropriate conversation. Professor Matilda and Professor Selena could not believe that such a spell existed. Roger looked around and saw many people present in the dining room, with a silent question in their eyes, and he could not understand what was going on. Matilda explained that the problem was that everyone wanted to know the secret of his magic, and hinted to Roger that rumors spread quickly. At the same time, the girl asked Roger if he was sure that he could reveal the secret of such unique magic here. Professor Selena informed the magician that the Magic Tower could issue him a patent, but he replied that he was not interested. The guy thought to himself that it would really be better for him not to ask for any patents. If he let his guard down, he would easily get a knife in the back. The other professors were already actively burning Roger with their gaze. Among them was Chris Benamore. He was looking with a gaze that could kill. The teacher was preoccupied with thoughts about the werewolf. At night he left the house, and the idea came to him to walk around the area to look for him. The werewolf did exist, and he was already watching Roger try to find him. Suddenly the monster overtook the guy, and doing a somersault in the air, fell on its back, but the magician was not caught off guard. The professor turned to the werewolf and asked where he had been for so long and why he had pulled such a trick. The half-beast replied that Roger could at least pretend to be surprised, since so much time had passed since their last meeting. The werewolf greeted the guy, calling him elder, and the magician said that he had not seen a werewolf named Hans for a long time. Our hero told the half-beast that he was still causing trouble and asked what he had done this time, to which Hans replied that he had not meant for things to turn out this way. The werewolf explained that he did not expect that the dog, which had been sitting in the woman's arms a second ago, would suddenly jump off and rush at him. Roger found the situation funny, not to mention Hans, who felt as if someone had cursed him. Hans was actually a human, but he has one peculiarity. As soon as he is bitten by animals, he immediately takes over its gene and turns into that animal, whether he wants it or not. The werewolf asked Roger if he had brought the antidote, after which the guy took out a syringe with green liquid. Hans thanked the guy and gave himself an injection. He really didn't like staying like that. The antidote worked quickly, and the half-beast began to turn back into a human right before our eyes, and if it weren't for the magician, Hans would have had to suffer like this for several more days. Roger was reminded of the day they met, when he received an order to catch a cryptid animal that was not recognized by academic science. The magician was then very surprised to see an overgrown chihuahua in front of him, but then the guy sorted out the situation, and Hans, one might say, was lucky. When the acquaintance turned completely into a normal guy, the magician said that his name was now Roger Chalici, and he was Theon's professor, and told the guy his whole story. The former werewolf exclaimed that Roger was simply incredible, and was surprised that he had not yet given himself away, to which the magician replied that it was a matter of life and death, and he had no choice. Hans was surprised that, in addition to everything else, this Roger also turned out to be a member of a secret organization. He was very amused by this story. Our hero added that he was called the First Order and asked Hans to stop laughing, as it was not funny at all. Roger's friend said that he had definitely heard about the First Order. Recently, some guys came to the underworld, and the Order was chasing them. The magician thought for a moment and said that he was sure that it was them, and asked Hans what their company was called. The werewolf named her Black Dawn and added that Roger might be lucky to survive, but one mistake and he would give himself away. The professor agreed and said that he needed to get ready and asked Hans if he had brought the suitcase that the magician had asked him for. Hans handed him the suitcase, and when asked if he had looked in it, he replied that he was not crazy enough to rummage through Roger's things, and even if he had wanted to, he still wouldn't have been able to open it. Roger asked his friend why he had asked in the letter to wait 2 days, since they both needed the medicine so badly, and why they couldn't meet right away. Hans's face showed confusion. He really didn't understand what the guy was talking about because he didn't write this letter. Our hero explained that the day before yesterday he had heard a rumor about the appearance of a werewolf, to which Hans, even more surprised, replied that he had only arrived in the city today and that he did not need to wait 2 whole days. There was a pause between the acquaintances. They did not understand what was going on and how to sort it out, and why there was such confusion. And suddenly, unexpectedly, everything became clear by itself, as the guys suddenly saw a real werewolf. It turns out that the beast that Selena talked about really existed, and Roger was wrong to think that it was Hans. Roger's friend suggested that they get out of here, but the magician said that if they moved, the werewolf would notice them, and he was apparently out hunting. Roger looked closely at the monster, and seeing a pendant on its neck, told his friend that he should check it out. He explained to Hans that there was something sparkling on the werewolf's neck, and that they must have put this thing on him on purpose, but it was unclear who would do something like that. The professor took a loaded pistol out of his suitcase and told his friend that now they would find out everything. The last time Hans saw Roger shoot was when he was hunting cryptids, when he had a different personality. His name was Van Helsing. The werewolf was sitting on the roof of the building, and he looked terrible. It was a big wolf with huge fangs and glowing eyes. At one point, he made a jump and found himself down next to the guy himself. Roger was right. He had a chain around his neck. Our hero had many questions, and he understood that he could get answers only by catching the monster and nothing else. The werewolf lunged to attack Roger, but he only stood imperturbably next to him, creating a magic circle around himself. The monster couldn't even reach the guy. He was writhing from side to side, making jerks, but losing the fight. Roger just stood there, and the werewolf growled, rushing around the guy, and then fell to the ground, completely exhausted. Hans looked out from behind the building and did not understand why the monster was behaving so strangely. Perhaps he ate something wrong. Roger explained to his friend that he had sent an ultrasonic signal at it that was inaudible to the human ear, and that the animal was now experiencing a splitting headache. The magician stood unwavering, taking out the injection, and was glad that the expensive silver bullet would not be needed, and he would easily deal with the monster. Roger was about to use the injection to find out where the creature came from, but suddenly he heard police approaching from the other side of the street. The magician was distracted for literally a second, but that was enough for the werewolf to jump onto the roof in one leap. The guy used flight magic to climb higher, and then threw a harpoon on a long chain in the direction of the monster, but he failed to catch it. But Roger promised himself that he couldn't let the werewolf go and rushed towards him with greater force. 2 police officers saw that there was someone on the roof, and they were going to detain anyone who aroused suspicion. Our hero gave the werewolf a real chase, and, not lagging behind at all, he jumped after him from roof to roof. The monster gained a lot of speed and jumped from the building onto a stationary train, and Roger jumped after him. The magician only wanted to pacify the beast, but it left him no choice, and he decided to use a weapon. It was a sharp metal star that the guy threw at the werewolf, but he managed to dodge it, surprising the magician with his dexterity. The guy wanted to finish off the half-beast with one blow, but he failed, and a real fight broke out between them. The beast was very fast, and he deftly dodged the metal star, so Roger decided to use his stick. The werewolf grabbed the magician's stick with his sharp teeth, and the guy suddenly pulled the sword out of it, which the beast did not expect. Horror froze in the monster's eyes because he understood what would happen next. With one blow, Roger removed the head from the shoulders of the terrible werewolf. Hans walked down the street discontentedly. He almost got caught by the police and still couldn't find his friend, who said he wanted to catch a werewolf, but then disappeared. Suddenly, right in front of him, a bloody head of a monster fell onto the road, and the guy jumped in surprise. A second later, Roger came down here, and Hans angrily blurted out that he should have warned about this, because he almost dropped his suitcase. The guys looked at the werewolf's head, and the professor's friend asked what he was going to do with it, to which he replied that he had studied what he wanted, and he no longer needed it. Hans asked why Roger had brought the head here then, and the magician admitted that he simply wanted to surprise him, and that he succeeded, unlike Hans. Our hero figured out that it was not a real cryptid and that someone had created it artificially. Roger explained to his friend that if they were to do what they had planned, they had to settle down somewhere. He suggested staying in Leathervelk. It was much better here than in the capital, and besides, they needed to stay here for some time anyway. Hans was surprised that Roger wanted to stay in a city where secret organs of the organization operate, conduct crazy experiments, and street gangs operate. The professor explained that this was precisely why this was the most suitable place, and they would get lost in all this chaos. They just needed to collect all the necessary information, and since he was being watched, it was Hans who had to do it. The magician asked his friend to keep him informed of everything, then he would make his move, and the guy agreed, because he was a professional at this. Roger couldn't wait for the situation to resolve itself, but since he didn't have the opportunity, he had to at least make allies first. It's unusual to meet a werewolf in this era. The pendant on him suggests that he was an experimental specimen, and this was an unusual experiment. The morning papers reported that an unidentified killer was still active in Leathervelk, with 5 murders committed last Sunday, bringing the total to 10 victims. The identity of the criminal has not yet been revealed, but witnesses claim to have seen a terrible beast with black fur. According to the police, it is simply a crazy killer, whom they will soon find and arrest. Roger was surprised why they wrote about Sunday because he got rid of the werewolf's body on Saturday. There might have been other werewolves, and this thought upset the professor, and troubles continued to haunt him. This morning there was a meeting of professors. They gathered in the large hall where Roger arrived last. When our hero appeared in the room, he saw a large table on which the professors were sitting. There was a free chair next to Selena, and she called Roger to sit down next to her. As the magician walked through the hall, those present whispered among themselves, saying that he was a fallen nobleman, and that he had invented an amazing spell. As the teacher sat down next to Selena, she asked if he had heard the news that 2 first years had been attacked the previous night. Fortunately, they remained alive, but still received serious injuries, as if left by the claws of an animal. The students who came to their senses responded that it was a terrible beast. The girl continued that, apparently the rumors that appeared last week were true, and there were also victims in Leathervelk. After her words, one of the women in the audience announced that the rector had already arrived and asked for silence. Selena immediately explained to Roger that this woman was a professor of pharmacology, Mrs. Marisa, and she had been teaching at the academy for 20 years. A moment later, all conversation in the hall died down. Madam Rector entered and warned that she had called everyone to this urgent meeting to make an announcement. Eliza began to tell with an anxious look that a criminal had appeared at Theon's academy and that 2 students had been seriously injured last night. While she didn't know who was responsible for this, there were witnesses who claimed that it was a cryptid, namely a werewolf. One man approached the rector and said that it couldn't be a werewolf, that it was some kind of mistake. It was Professor Hugo Borutag, and Eliza said that if he had something to report, then let him continue. Professor Hugo said that Theon's academy is under the protection of the Empire, and there can't be a werewolf here, and there is no need to believe the stupid stories of the students about Theon's ghost. Eliza repeated that they had 2 victims, but this did not convince the professor that a werewolf was behind this, since both victims were from noble families. And the man suggested that it could have been done by one of Theon's students, namely commoners. The rector asked Professor Hugo again, pretending that she did not understand what she had heard, since such a statement left her in amazement. The man kept proving that this was the work of commoners, otherwise why, out of all the students, only nobles suffered. He suggested that it sounded more plausible that someone was posing as a werewolf. Roger sat silently with his arms crossed. It seemed to him that Black Dawn would be at a disadvantage. Apparently, he was wrong. To stir up the people in times when they need to unite, that is how Theon, the best academy on the continent, operates. Roger's thoughts were interrupted when he noticed a small bug landing on his shoulder. When the professor took it in his palm, he saw that there were some inscriptions on it. Realizing that it was some kind of message, the guy spread it out on his palm and began to read. It said that 3 test subjects had escaped. If it is not possible to take them alive, then they must be eliminated immediately, as they are a threat to the disclosure of his identity. After reading this, our hero hung his head in disappointment. He did not understand why all these trials were sent to him. Selena was concerned about Roger's appearance and asked him if everything was okay, to which he replied that there was no need to worry. Our hero thought that this whole situation was directly connected with the Black Dawn, and apparently they also did not expect something like this to happen. It was good that their position was weakening, but Roger could not allow his secret to be exposed. It was impossible to sit idly by. The guy had to get to the test subjects before Theon, because if he was caught, it would be the end of everything. The rector turned to Professor Hugo, giving him full right to express his opinion, but drew attention to the fact that first of all he should concentrate on work. Eliza announced that she would tighten security and asked that students be told not to leave their rooms late at night and allowed demerit points to be given as punishment. The lady finished giving this order and hearing the approval of the professors and wished everyone good work. After the meeting, Roger headed into the yard, and after walking a little, he felt that someone was hiding behind a tree. The magician ordered him to show himself. It was the same girl who called Roger the First Order when they first met and who sent the message before the first lecture. She pretended to be a student, and our hero needed an explanation from her, and he asked her what was going on. The girl looked very unsure. Roger suggested that she find a quieter place and asked her to follow him. Feeling that the student was tense, the professor decided to diffuse the situation by offering her a coffee. Our hero and the girl went into the nearest cafe, and over a cup of coffee, Roger decided to find out more information from the girl, asking first what her name was. The girl said that her name was Sedina Roshen, and when the professor objected that it was most likely a pseudonym, the student said that it was her real name. The magician admitted that this could be true and suggested that the girl tell him everything she didn't know, but since there were other visitors in the room, she hesitated. Roger reassured the girl, explaining that he had cast a spell and no one would hear them outside of this magic circle. The guy asked the student not to call him First Order, but to address him as Professor, which surprised the girl because it would be disrespectful to him. Then the professor told her that this was an order and that she must understand that nothing should reach other people's ears, and the student agreed. Roger seemed very credible, despite not being a First Order, and calmly asked the girl to outline the current situation. The student reported that their daughter groups are behind the recent events related to the werewolf, who conduct experiments on cryptids using black magic and the teachings of Shamsus. The School of Shamsus is a group of scientists expelled from society for conducting forbidden experiments. The girl did not know what the essence of their research was, but the subjects escaped. The girl added that they escaped through the sewers and became the cause of terrible murders in Tion. The professor sat and listened to her report, and the girl felt that she was talking too much, but Roger calmed her down and asked her to continue. The student clarified that she understood that the responsibility lay with Shamsus's school, but she also heard that Roger had been asked to deal with it, which was why she had come. She also seemed to remind him that another order, Victor Dreadful, allowed Roger to borrow this name, which he used, but he didn't think that everything would turn out like this. The magician told the girl that the situation was out of control, so they had to solve it as soon as possible. 2 objects needed to be eliminated. The guy held out the pendant he had taken from the werewolf to show the girl, which surprised her greatly, and she asked where he had found it. He explained that he had encountered one of the werewolves in Leathervelk 2 days ago, after which the girl had called him a delightful professor. Roger wondered why such a talented girl was still in the Third Order, since she had contacted him while maintaining her cover and not arousing anyone's suspicions. Perhaps she was left with no choice. Maybe she is from a noble family, and it is unlikely that an antisocial organization treats nobles well. Apparently she plays the role of a puppet, which, if used, will be thrown out of the organization. Roger recently realized how unstable Theon is. Now he also knows that the balance of the Black Dawn is also broken. Perhaps Gray can somehow help him in this situation. Continuing the conversation, the magician indicated that the sewer through which the werewolves escaped needed to be searched, and it turns out that Theon does not have this information. The student confirmed this, but added that she did not know how long they would remain in the dark. Roger thanked the girl for contacting him and promised to see her again if possible. And our hero also added that the student's ability to explain had improved significantly, and he was glad to listen to her. The professor left the cafe, leaving the girl alone at the table. She was still in a state of confusion after meeting Roger. She mentally said thank you to the guy, and no one could even guess what was going on in her soul. A blue-haired student happened to be walking down the street next to the cafe, and suddenly she felt the presence of magic and stopped. In the cafe window, the girl noticed a professor leaving a student at a table, and this interested her. Flora suspected that they were talking about something important because the professor used a spell. At the next lecture, she sat thinking about what she had seen and did not listen to the teacher at all. Judging from the color of the magic field she saw back then in the cafe, she could confidently say that it was a sound blocking spell, a magical trace that was elusive to the receptors of ordinary people. But why they needed this and what they were talking about, the girl could not figure out, but she also could not think about it. At the end of the class, the lecturer announced that the rumors circulating around the academy were true and warned the students not to walk around campus too late, and if they broke the rules, they would receive penalty points. The guys began to comment on what they heard in different ways. Of course, they had all heard about the werewolf. Some suggested setting a trap for him. Others did not want it because of the penalty points. Others suggested simply not to be detected. Leo, sitting next to Aiden, asked him what he thought about it, to which he replied that it was better to stay away and not risk the points. The bespectacled man saw doubt on Leo's face, and a little nervously asked what the guy thought, but his friend agreed that it was better not to take risks and leave this matter to the professionals. A girl with red hair approached the guy and, a little brazenly, rested her hands on the table. Aiden wished her good morning. But Tracy's morning was not good. She looked irritated. Apparently something unpleasant had happened the night before. Leo suggested that the girl accept the loss and calm down, to which she asked him not to interfere in the conversation because it only concerned her and Aiden, and they had a draw. She sternly told the bespectacled boy that they needed to fight again for real right away, and this time she would not hold back. Aiden didn't like this idea and tried to justify himself by saying that he had classes during the day and that in the evening they had to stay in their rooms to avoid running into a werewolf. Tracy shamed the guy for being scared and making excuses, and she and Leo stared at the guy, and he thought for a second. But Aiden always knew how to remain very calm, and he smiled and told the girl that she could think as she wanted. Then Tracy offered Aiden a deal in which whoever caught the werewolf first would win. But the bespectacled man didn't even have time to say a word before Leo approved the student's proposal and said that he accepted the agreement. The girl warned them to take the matter seriously, to which Leo replied that they would come, but that Tracy should not cry when she lost. When the red-haired girl left, Aiden asked his friend why he agreed because it was crazy. The answer was very simple. Leo wanted her to leave him alone because the teachers would take care of the werewolf before them anyway, but the bespectacled man noticed that the girl was not joking. Leo assumed that Tracy was not stupid enough to go after a werewolf alone, although Aiden was ready to argue with him because the girl was capable of much more. The guys decided to check. They got up and went to the window and saw Tracy, who was already in the yard and very confidently heading somewhere with big steps. The guys thought that Tracy was heading towards the dorm, but suddenly she turned in the other direction and Aiden and Leo realized that the girl was up to something after all. In the evening, Roger made his rounds around the courtyards of the academy. Based on the latest events, he needed to check if students were walking on the street in the evening. The magician remembered how Professor Hugo had approached him that day, and in exchange for restoring his family's reputation, he had offered to look after the students of noble birth and added that a little flexibility towards them would not hurt. Our hero noticed that the conversation with the fallen nobleman clearly made Hugo uncomfortable. He believed that maintaining good relations with the rector would bring him some benefit. But Roger disagreed and said that he believed that in Theon's academy there was no division between nobles and commoners, and nothing would change his opinion. After this, the magician apologized and said that he needed to return to the rounds, ignoring Hugo's attempts to negotiate. Our hero understood that he would be exposed if he agreed to the professor's proposal, but he didn't need that, and besides, he didn't want to anger the rector. After walking a little, Roger noticed 3 students hiding behind a building and counted 5 penalty points to each, ignoring the boys' excuses. In total, he had already found 20 students. Roger had heard about the reward for taking a werewolf, but he didn't think that so many people would want to get it, and the threat of penalty points had no effect. At this rate, the situation could escalate even more, and our hero must do everything to prevent this from happening. The guy decided to check the wastewater treatment plant in the vicinity of the academy, through which the monsters escaped. Sedina said that the werewolves got in through the sewers, and this is the only sewer in Leathervelk that they could get through. Roger illuminated the area with his magic and realized that the police had not checked the place. There were traces of werewolves around, from which the magician realized that there were 2 of them, one large and one smaller, the paw prints leading in one direction. Studying the tracks, Roger hoped that they would not break off halfway and that he would still be able to find the half-animals. The tracks did not disappear, but in one place they diverged. A large werewolf went towards the academy. Most likely he went hunting. At the moment, the large werewolf was the most dangerous, and the mage would not be surprised if the beast was tracking its next victim right now. Suddenly, Roger heard someone shouting, but the tracks were a long way off, so he decided to run towards the voice. Our hero saw a picture of a huge werewolf trying to attack 2 female students. One of the girls was a princess. She was covering the other one, but she thought to herself that she wouldn't have time to defend herself. Just before the werewolf could grab the girls, Roger delivered a blinding magical blow to him and sent him flying back several meters. The students looked at the professor with admiration, not believing that he had saved them at the last minute. Roger said that Renee and Elendel Van Exilian each received 5 penalty points. Even though the students could have died a minute ago, they were furious that the professor had fined them. They were already doubting who was more dangerous, the werewolf or Roger Salisi. Elendil asked the professor why he had not made sure the girls were okay, to which Roger replied that she had no right to raise her voice at him. The girl told the teacher that she wanted to help Renee, but the professor explained that she had forgotten to think about her own safety and was now contradicting him. Renee stood up for the girl and told the teacher that she fell asleep while studying, and Helen Dean tried to save her and asked Roger not to punish her. Our hero turned to Renee and explained that he was grateful to her for her dedication, but she had to understand the seriousness of the situation. After thinking for a bit, Roger asked Ellendon to take her friend to the dorm and promised not to give them penalty points. Ellendon led Renee to the dorm, calling her Hoob, a respectful term for someone of junior rank. The students went to a safe place, and Roger went towards the werewolf to finish him off. But instead of attacking, the beast began to run away, and Roger, catching up with it, shouted to the girls to go to the hostel. The werewolf chased very fast and soon jumped onto a high tower. Roger had to grab him by any means necessary. The magician took out his hook on a chain again and threw it high to reach the beast, but it was very nimble and was able to dodge it. The students watched from afar as the professor used levitation magic to jump onto tall buildings. Soon our hero caught up with the werewolf and a fight began between them. The beast dodged the blows and was very agile. The magician used his magic wand and created a magical light stream of energy, which blinded the beast. Then Roger did a somersault in the air and from above delivered a powerful blow to his back. The students were simply enchanted by what they saw and understood that this is exactly what a real battle looks like. The guy dealt blow after blow to the monster, and soon the beast was thrown off the roof, and from above, Roger dealt the final killing blow of magic. Finally, the werewolf was defeated, and the guy went down to him to make sure of it. He felt tired and realized that he shouldn't have used so much magic power at once. Roger knew he couldn't use magic while fighting in front of the students, so he decided to finish off the werewolf as soon as possible and find the second one. To the magician's surprise, the werewolf was still moving, and he realized that he had calmed down too early and would still have to fight. The professor realized that the werewolf was able to use foreign objects in battle and noted that the beast was very smart. It was created based on a wolf, so it can only determine the enemy's strength, and Roger thought that perhaps they weren't werewolves at all. Meanwhile, our friends Leo and Edmund had been looking for Tracy among the courtyards for a whole hour. Leo suggested that the bespectacled man return home, since they still couldn't find the girl, and suggested that she was probably already resting in the hostel. Edmund lamented that he shouldn't have agreed to this bet, because anyone could have abandoned this idea, but not Tracy. Leo didn't argue with his friend, and they decided to look for her for another 30 minutes, and then think about what to do next. Suddenly, Leo heard the girl's voice and said that he needed to run towards her voice. The boys ran behind the bushes, and the girl who suddenly appeared and Aiden collided heads, causing Tracy to fall to the ground. The girl was angered by this and asked what they were doing there, to which the bespectacled man replied that he heard her scream, but Tracy didn't actually scream. The guys heard that strange sound again, and the girl told the guys to follow her. The students quietly approached the place where the sound was coming from and carefully peered out from behind the bush. They saw the animal's face peeking out from a pile of branches. Apparently it was sleeping, since its eyes were closed. Could it really be a werewolf? He looked so small it was hard to believe. Tracy claimed that she had won the bet, but Leo countered that she had simply found him. But they had been betting on who would catch him, and the girl said that she would catch him now. Aiden stopped the girl and asked her to pay attention to the fact that the beast was wounded and could not move. And here he found a secluded place. His immobile state meant that he did not find this place himself, and that someone helped him. The guys remembered that, according to rumors, there were 2 werewolves walking around the area, and if one of them was lying here, then the other was somewhere. Suddenly, he noticed something shiny on the beast's neck. Some kind of chain was sparkling there, and he became interested in what it was. While the students were looking at the sparkling pendant on the werewolf's neck, a real big beast appeared behind them. He bared his long fangs from which drool was flowing. Apparently he really was hungry. Leo heard his growl, and then he showed his friends to go and looked back. A second later, the werewolf struck Leo with his large clawed paw, and Aiden and the girl fell back to the sides. Leo was lying on the ground, and the boys were very scared because he was a real werewolf. Tracy decided that she needed to calm down, because only by pulling herself together could she defeat the beast with magic if she tried. But the werewolf didn't wait. He attacked the girl, and Aiden covered her with himself and received a light blow to the back. The guys fell to the ground. Tracy asked Aiden why he saved her. She clearly did not expect such an act from the guy. The bespectacled man answered the girl that it couldn't be any other way, because he couldn't stay on the sidelines when his friend was in danger. Unfortunately, their enemy did not retreat, and they saw that the werewolf was heading in their direction again and preparing to attack. Aiden told his friends not to worry and said he thought the werewolf was simply protecting his cub. And the bespectacled man turned to the beast and asked him if he was right. Of course, his friends were perplexed because they thought that the werewolf did not understand him. Looking at the growling beast, Aiden told it to be calm and that he would not harm it. After the guy's words, the werewolf became calmer and seemed to stop preparing to jump and simply stood in his place where his cub lay. It seemed that the reason for his anger was fear for the cub, and the beast really understood the guy's words. But Leo drew attention to the fact that the werewolf could still show his true nature at any moment. And then Aiden asked his friends not to worry and said that he was about to do something wild, and asked the guys to trust him. Then the bespectacled man approached the werewolf again and addressed him, saying that he did not wish him harm. Taking a bottle out of his pocket, the boy told the beast that his baby was sick and that the mixture, although it would not cure the baby, would make him feel better. It was incredible, But when the boy extended his hand with the medicine, the animal also extended its paw to take the bottle. But suddenly a magical beam of light pierced the werewolf, causing him to growl in pain, and the guys could not understand what was happening. The monster's paws were tied with energy threads, and behind it the students saw Roger, who was coming to their aid, and asked the guys what the hell they were doing there. Tracy and Leo tried to explain the situation to the professor, but they clearly couldn't do it, and Roger, seeing that the guys were stressed, told them to go back to the dorm and explain everything to him later. But Aiden had another task. He stood between the professor and the werewolf and covered the beast with his body, asking Roger to stop. The bespectacled man explained to the professor that he thought the werewolf understood human language and asked him to think before killing the beast. Our hero very calmly asked the boy if he understood what stupidity he had just said. The guy tried to explain to the professor that this was not nonsense, but then he saw his gaze. It was somehow strange and sinister. A moment later, Roger threw Aiden away with one movement of his hand and directed his magic at the werewolf. The bespectacled man did not expect such a reaction, but he saw the strict persistence of the professor, who continued to pacify the beast. The magician told the students that tomorrow the boys would receive their punishment, and now he ordered them to go to their rooms. On the second day, Leo, Aiden, and Tracy were sitting in a room at a table, each thinking about their own things. Leo was angry that they had been caught in front of Professor Roger, and now they were definitely finished. Tracy thought about how she had disgraced herself and was unable to do anything with her magic and skills. Aiden sat with a frozen gaze as if in a daze, and even the girl noticed the strange expression on his face. Soon the rector entered the room and greeted the children with a smile, and Roger appeared behind her. The students, one after another, began to emotionally relay what had happened yesterday to Eliza, but it was difficult to understand anything in their conversation. The rector asked the students not to be nervous and to relax, but they understood that if Eliza was here, then they would definitely not get by with a simple disciplinary sanction. Roger asked the students why they thought he had called them there, and Leo, with his arm in a bandage, replied that it was probably because they were facing a punishment worse than demerit points. The professor confirmed the correctness of Leo's words and added that they should understand how willful their actions were. After all, if something had gone wrong, new victims would have been inevitable, and he told Eliza that they could not let them get away with it. Eliza asked the professor not to intimidate the students, because in the end everything worked out and the situation was resolved in their favor, and besides, the guys described the situation to her in great detail. Then the rector turned to Aiden and said that she had heard that he had risked his life to protect Tracy. She then informed the boys that they would each receive 10 penalty points, as she was sure that they were aware of how dangerous and wrong their actions were. But the rector also could not reproach them for the actions they decided to take in such a difficult situation, so she also gave them 20 points each as a reward. The students were shocked by this decision. Turning to Roger, Eliza asked if he objected, to which he replied that he would not dare contradict the headmistress, and she suggested that they return to their studies. Leo and Tracy left the room, and Aiden paused for a second and looked towards Roger and Eliza. The rector told Roger that she did not expect him to ask her to be softer with the students, for which the professor thanked her and said that he hoped the students would not find out about his request. Regarding the werewolves, Eliza asked the professor if he noticed anything strange about them, to which Roger replied that nothing caught his eye. In any case, the rector was grateful to Roger for his work, because thanks to his dedication, no one was hurt, and she suggested that he continue in the same spirit. Left alone, our hero began to think about what happened yesterday. He remembered that he noticed one important nuance. From the body of the little werewolf that was crawling out from behind the bush, it was obvious that he was a man who had not yet completed his transformation, and Roger was experienced in this matter. As a result of these reflections, the professor came to the horrifying conclusion that the experiments were not conducted on wolves, but on people who were caught and turned into werewolves. Despite this, Roger did not regret his choice, because if he had not done so, he would have been in trouble. He was also influenced by the fact that many people had suffered because of them, and that the students had also been in danger yesterday. Therefore, Roger took out a glowing magic ball, thanks to which he decided to contact Hans and ask him for a favor. Aiden, Leo, and Tracy couldn't even imagine that not only would they not be given penalties, but they would also be awarded extra points. The girl asked Leo how his arm was, and he replied that he needed to wear a bandage for a few days, and looking at Aiden, she saw the same silent expression on his face. The student couldn't resist asking the guy what was bothering him, but in response she heard that everything was fine. The bespectacled man reminded his friends that they saw a collar on the werewolf cub's neck. The guy explained to his friends that this was one of the reasons why he tried to stop Professor Roger, and that if werewolves were created artificially. Leo supported Aiden's assumption and added that there was a rumor that suspicious characters were hiding in Theon, and Tracy was amazed that this could really be true. Developing the topic further, Leo said that a werewolf in a collar was very unusual, and Aiden also remembered another oddity. The girl guessed that he meant Professor Roger, and the bespectacled man confirmed that although he did not suspect the teacher, the expression on his face that evening was very strange. The professor clearly noticed something, and he knows much more than the students, and they were almost sure of it. Aiden admitted that all of this could be just his invention, because Theon's teacher would not do anything like that. But what if this is true? What if Professor Roger is somehow connected to these rumors? Tracy flared up and said that this was all nonsense, and that the boys thought too much, and reminded them what Madam Rector had said. The professor told her about what happened in great detail. Would he have done such a thing if he had been involved in something? Finally, the student emphasized that he tries not to show it, but in fact he cares a lot about his students, and the guys decided to suspect him of something. Aiden decided that it was easier to agree with the girl, and the guys preferred to go to lunch than to continue digging into this further, and invited Tracy to go with them. Seeing the girl's surprise, the bespectacled man explained that friends often do this, and they are friends, and although this embarrassed the student, she agreed to the proposal. Our hero studied the papers that Hans had sent him. Here was the total number of missing people from Leathervelk and a list of places of public gatherings. When Roger contacted the guy with a magic ball, Hans said that he knew a bunch of big guys who were always hanging around the abandoned factory. Regarding the information that Roger asked his friend to check, he said that several workers had recently disappeared outside the city. Roger asked Hans if there was a family of 3 among them, to which Hans replied that there was, and that this was the only case of an entire family disappearing, and the magician decided to check this factory. In one of the old buildings of the city, 2 men were talking. One of them was dying of boredom, and he asked the other how much longer they would have to hang around there. Another replied that it would be 2 more days since the subjects had escaped, and he could not understand how this could have been allowed to happen. In fact, the child did not receive enough of the drug. They were going to increase the dose, but he started screaming and crying, raising everyone's ears. The man said no one was prepared to confront his furious parents when they saw it. The second man was surprised that the parents had already been turned into werewolves, but were still worried about the child, so they made a fuss and disappeared. He also added that they had a trusted person who could resolve this situation, and after this was said, the men saw a light in the direction of the sewer pipes. As soon as they noticed this, a shot rang out, and 2 bullets flew through the stupid heads of 2 people. A man emerged from the darkness and fired the bullets, and it must be said that he was a very accurate shooter. It was Roger who had arranged to meet Hans here. Our hero decided to go to the factory and sort it all out. Hans said that there were about 40 people in the room. They were getting ready to leave, so there was no need to waste time. In 3 days, there would be no point in this anymore. Asking about their fighting strength, Roger learned that he had to be prepared for them to be armed. 2 wizards and 3 in full combat gear. Finally, Hans said that one could get there through the sewer passage and asked Roger to be careful. As he was leaving, Roger asked Hans about the family on which the experiments were conducted and how old the child was. Without turning around, so that his friend would not notice the confusion in Roger's eyes, he heard Hans's answer. The child was 7 years old. He was very small. With these thoughts, clenching his fists, our hero headed towards the sewer passage, and God alone knew what was going on in his soul. It seemed that no one could stand in Roger's way, and he dealt with those who appeared in his path quickly, leaving no one alive. But the guy didn't know that all this time he was accompanied by a bug that was watching him, because it had a camera built into it. There were many men in the secret factory, and one of them noticed that they had a rat, to which the second responded that if he was from the security department, they should fold up and fire the people. But he saw everything through the flying insect and knew that it looked like the rat was not from the security department, and that was only to their advantage because no one would miss him if he died. The workers in the building heard someone stranger enter the building and started shooting at him, but soon saw that their bullets were not stopping the man walking towards them. But Roger, as always, was on top of things, and as soon as he entered the room, he used magic, directing it towards the men. One of them realized that this was not a man, but a magician, and ordered them to leave their weapons and arm themselves with knives. But Roger not only had magic, he was also a good shot. He took the pistol out of the holster. As soon as one of the men shouted to the magician that his weapon would not work, he immediately received a bullet in the forehead. When the villain's colleagues saw him lying on the floor, they were stunned to find that the bullets were magic. Suddenly, a man in a metal robe stepped forward with a huge weapon in his hands and pointed it at Roger, hissing that magical power would not protect him against this thing. This man fired a shot towards our hero, and it was very powerful. The man laughed, because he was sure that he would defeat the magician. But something happened that the man clearly did not expect. Elemental magic with the addition of alchemical metal protected Roger, and the man realized that electrical power would not help here. Our hero shot at the electric source of the villain's weapon, and they all died from the powerful discharge. In total, Roger already counted 20 people dead, but suddenly he fired another shot from the pistol, as he heard a rustle behind him. Seeing a dead bee, our hero guessed that he was being followed, and they were doing it through insects. They were used as a means of observation. Could these really be those same insect brothers from another world? The guy felt that they had been waiting for him for a long time. But first, Roger decided to deal with these insects. He stepped on one of them with his foot and saw that other dead insects fell to the floor around him. In the next room, a man noticed that the signal coming through the insects had disappeared, and before that, he had felt vibration. The sound waves were similar to those created by elementary wind magic. The man understood that if he really owned her, then they were in trouble. Small insects would not be able to cope with such powerful energy. It seemed like it was time for the bigger guys. And he ordered a large and tall man named Baron to get ready, for they guessed that Roger would come here any minute. According to his intended route, he should enter through this door, so the villains armed themselves and decided to give the magician a warm welcome. Soon, their power went out, and the men rushed to turn on the backup generator, and one of the men told Hen, who was standing nearby, that this was another trick of their bastard. Hen did not answer, and the man, looking in his direction, saw that he had no head on his shoulders. The man jumped up from his seat and cursed at what he saw. He couldn't understand when the enemy had managed to get in here, since not much time had passed since the power went out. Our hero's enemy thought that he had to strike before their guest did, and a large centipede crawled out of his sleeve. But he wouldn't have had time to do anything because Roger was already near him and struck him with his hand. The villain could not understand why the magician was fighting hand to hand, but he understood that he had to keep his distance, since the guest was dangerous. And then Roger used the technique of trembling fire and directed it at the man, who stood in horror in front of the flamethrower and did not understand how the magician made it so quickly. Another minute, and Roger almost defeated the enemy, leaving his body burning on the floor, and everyone in the building noticed that the magician was already inside. The man on fire was still alive and trying to get to his feet, but Roger walked up to him and fired a bullet from a pistol into him. The men who remained alive could not believe that the magician had destroyed the brothers with such ease. A moment later, our hero barely noticed the large paw of the insect that was trying to strike him. He managed to react and jump back. Roger looked at the headless body that lay on the floor and saw how it turned into an insect. The body writhed on the floor and groaned in pain, and a mouth appeared on the man's palm that made these sounds. The speaking palm turned to Roger and said that his arrival was unexpected, and that before he even had time to appear, the magician had already finished off Brino, the headless man. Our hero joked about him, saying that even a severed head didn't cause him any discomfort. The villain said that his body had reached a transcendental state and he had completely transformed into a large insect monster. The monster said that he did not grieve for his dead brother, but Roger would still pay when he tore him into little pieces. The people who were in this building became frightened and began to run in different directions, screaming. The monster didn't care that his people might get hurt, and Roger first decided to shoot him with a pistol, but the bullets didn't affect him. Then Roger used magic and directed fire at the monster, realizing that it was much stronger than he thought. The guy thought about how, with such a body mass, the monster managed to dodge his attacks, and how he could withstand such a powerful blow of magical power. Laughing, the insect told Roger to use at least a 4th level spell if he wanted to fry him. After that, the monster noticed that the guy had disappeared. He hit the place where Roger stood, but only broke the wall, and the guy was not there. The magician found himself behind the monster in a second, and the monster said that with his quick movements he reminded him of a winged insect. Our hero thought, the gun and 3rd level magic are powerless against him, and there is no hope of using a 4th level spell either. Roger decided it was time to use his special magic, and he focused it on the monster. Hans waited for Roger and thought that he needed to dress warmer, as he was already a little cold. The guy thought that the magician should have finished by now. Fighting with 2 dark magicians is not an easy task, but he is not one of those who lose. Hans raised his head and saw that from the windows of the building where his friend and his enemies were, powerful rays of bright light were emanating in all directions. Looking at the building that was literally drowning in light magic, the guy realized that Roger had actually used his true magical power, as he called it. After some time, our hero appeared next to Hans below and said that he had taken care of all the test subjects. The assumption about the friends was confirmed. After the transformation of the werewolf, they can no longer return to the human body, and Roger had only to save them from suffering. Hans looked at the drug that turns people into werewolves and was surprised at how much cruelty there is in this world. Who would have thought that such a large-scale experiment on people exists? This wouldn't have happened if someone hadn't decided to sponsor such an idea, but Roger calmed the guy down and said that he had already found out who was behind all this. Hans did not expect to hear such news, and he realized that his friend had gone too far again. In any case, the guy understood that he would not be able to stop our hero no matter what he decided to do, and on that note, they parted ways. There were shouts in Belfort Rixon's house. He was again scolding his servants. He was shouting that they only wanted to fill their bellies at his expense, and that none of those present were capable of doing their job properly. He called his maids scum, idiots, worthless creatures who didn't deserve a penny. Belfort quickly headed to his office and cursed under his breath because one idiot and the other, and whoever you take, no one knows their duties. He was thinking about a business in which he had invested so much money that no one had ever dreamed of it, and the workers were not even able to keep track of the experimental subjects. Belfort thought about how soon he would receive the results of the study and be able to proceed to the next stage, the production of a drug with which he could restore his youth. But in addition to giving the appearance of previous years, it will make a man stronger and more perfect. Suddenly, Belfort heard someone whisper his name on the balcony and felt someone standing behind him. The old man asked who was speaking, and at that moment Roger abruptly laid him on the floor and pinned him down with his hand so that he wouldn't break free. The man was frightened by how skillfully Roger struck him and, sensing danger, called security. Our hero explained to the old man that no one would hear him, since he had installed a sound barrier around the perimeter of the room. Roger said he would ask Rixon just one question and asked him to introduce the surviving 7-year-old child. That he, like his parents, had to face this monstrous reality when they were turned into werewolves. Roger asked him to imagine a child looking into the eyes of his killer with a smile of gratitude before dying. The magician asked Belfort what he thought it must have felt like to be the man who had no choice but to burn his family to the ground along with him. The scoundrel laughed, as he realized that it was Roger who had gotten rid of the escaped ones, and told him that there had been a misunderstanding and asked him to let him go so they could talk. The magician asked the old man to answer his question again, but he replied that by killing them, Roger did not disrupt the course of events. Belfort continued that there was nothing wrong with the guy killing a couple of scumbags, because he gave them the opportunity to do something useful for once in their worthless lives, a chance to serve the development of humanity. Roger said he had heard enough and injected the drug he had picked up from the factory into the old man's neck. Our hero didn't feel a drop of anger. The worthless old man would simply feel what he made others feel. When the old man asked what he was doing with it, the guy explained that he had looked through the records of his research and could say that they were quite interesting. It turns out that even a small dose of the drug can turn a person into a werewolf. But what was most interesting was that if you take a large dose at once, you can expect interesting consequences. Belfort began to transform into a large werewolf who writhed in agony and experienced terrible pain. No matter how hard Roger tried to convey his feelings to him, he still wouldn't understand. So instead, he made him experience what they were experiencing. The mage removed the magic that was blocking the sound, and Belfort's guards heard that the sound was coming from Mr. Frickson's room, and they ran to check. Running into the office, they saw a large monster and tried to understand where it came from. One man shouted that the monster needed to be pacified and waved his magic wand, ordering those who did not have magic to look for Mr. Frickson. The guards began to cast magic spells on the beast, but it was very tenacious, and they increased its firepower. Meanwhile, Roger came to the room where the drugs were kept in the safe. Hans was surprised at how much of it there was, and the magician suggested that he take a little for work and hide the rest. Our hero went somewhere, and his friend suggested that he first look around, since it took him so long to get to that place, but the magician simply left. Roger said that next time he would need a more suitable cover person, and Hans advised him to have a good rest in that case. On the second day, reporters gathered near Belfort Rickson's house, and one of his courtiers told them that their master had been eaten by a monster. According to the guards, when they arrived there was no trace of Rickson left, and a monster was raging in the room, and perhaps the rumors about his involvement in dark magic were true. The reporters learned that the magicians dealt with the monster. It took them an hour to burn the beast. Suddenly, the National Security Agency appeared near Rickson's estate, and with them, the Knightly Order of the Night Serpents, led by Protector and Grand Master Tarina Lionhall. The correspondents were surprised. Is the situation really so serious that it requires the presence of the NSA? It seems the news is worthy of a sensation. With the NSA and the Order of Night Snakes, the events are taking a completely different turn. Tarina Lionhall approached the guard at Belfort Rickson's estate and ordered the gates to be opened. The guard replied that he had been ordered not to let anyone in, but the woman's look was frightening, and he forced him to obey. Tarina and her assistants entered the house, her businesslike manner indicating that she was determined to figure out what had happened. Grandmaster Lionhall was met at the house by Chief Inspector Tavorin, who saluted her and said he was pleased to meet her. Tarina thanked him for his work and announced that from that moment on, the case would come under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency and ordered him to provide all the evidence and information they had collected and leave the crime scene. Tavorin ordered his employees to leave the building and handed over the job to the National Security Agency. When the investigators left, the assistant complained that it was difficult for her to remain serious all the time, but the guy next to her reminded her that there was no point in whining because it was her job. But the girl did not agree with this and said that since there was no one around, she could forget about her image a little. Lloyd protested, because they were night snakes and always had to save face, and it seemed like he was the best at it. In turn, Tarina asked her assistants not to forget why they came here and simply try to maintain a confident appearance under any circumstances. In the middle of the room, the night snakes saw a terrible monster lying on the floor, which the magicians had defeated yesterday. Lloyd read the witness statements, and they all agreed. Everyone said that the monster had appeared and Rickson had been killed. Tarina's second ward noted that the monster's body had burned down to the charred bones, and it would be impossible to find any traces. The monster, which had turned into a large piece of coal, lay in the center of the room, and the night snakes decided to inspect the room. Tarina noticed that the painting that was hanging on the wall had been moved, but the wall was clean. The girl found a niche in the wall behind the moved painting, but it was empty inside. Based on the width and location, the Grandmaster assumed that there was a safe here. Lloyd clarified that Belfort Rickson was called a sinister businessman, and perhaps he hid his dirty money in the safe, and Tarina agreed that someone like him could keep his secret reserve fund there. At least until yesterday evening, the safe was still inside, which is indicated by the absence of dust, and Tarina tried to put everything together into one picture: the sudden death of a multimillionaire, a monster, and a missing safe. There were too many components to call it a coincidence, and from all this, the girl concluded that there was someone else who took part in the murder of Belfort. The question was how he left without leaving fingerprints. Tarina knew only one person out of all the people she knew who could pull off such a thing. She remembered the man who had fallen into suspicion. His name was Arsène Lupin. Tarina asked the assistant if he recalled any unusual events in Leathervelk recently, and Lloyd remembered one, namely the explosion at the abandoned factory. It happened just shortly before Belfort's death. The chief of the Night Snakes said that she was sure that they would definitely find clues there, and they gathered at the abandoned factory. Roger woke up with a headache. The side effects were tormenting him. True magical power required too much energy expenditure. If it weren't for the pills that help save magic, the guy would have been much worse. So the magician took them, and he finally felt better. Our hero was pleased that he had burned all the werewolves in the lab, getting rid of the evidence, and could now forget about this situation. Although no, there is still someone the mage needs to deal with, and it was Aiden. He did not retreat until the very end, blocking Roger's path. The magician was worried, because he must have been holding back his emotions poorly, and Aiden could have noticed something, since he was standing closest. The professor immediately set the werewolves on fire, but it only took a second for the student to see something he shouldn't have. Roger hoped that everything would work out, but it was not a fact that Aiden would remain silent, and then our hero would have only one thing left to do: kill the bespectacled man. Professor Celici recalled how his student bravely stood before the werewolf and wanted to give him the medicine. In the end, our hero decisively came to the conclusion that he could not kill the student Theon. It was too risky. Besides, Aiden is not an easy student. He is under the supervision of the rector. If something happens to him, the teacher will immediately fall under suspicion. Roger's head was spinning with these thoughts, but right now he had to focus on resting and healing his wounds. But suddenly, the guy remembered that the bespectacled man had written that in his childhood, a wandering magician had taught him a special magical technique, and Roger wondered if he should perceive this as a strange coincidence. Grandmaster Lionhall and 2 assistants came to the site of an old abandoned factory, and everything was as they thought. Everything was burned to the ground, and it would not be easy to find anything. It was interesting to see where the fire came from in the abandoned factory, especially just before Belfort's death. Lloyd suggested that it was only officially considered abandoned, but in fact it continued to be used, and Tarina agreed with him, because otherwise there would not have been a fire. The assistant said that if dark magicians or cryptids were conducting their research here, but when they were caught, they got rid of the evidence, and Tarina called this a logical assumption. Now it remains to understand who interfered with them. The Grandmaster knew about this incident, but she didn't think that it would concern their case. Maybe the arsonist didn't just want to start a fire, but did everything to get rid of the evidence. Although too many factors indicated that this was a simple coincidence. Tarina asked Lloyd again if there had been any other unusual incidents besides this one, and he replied that there had been nothing other than the werewolf commotion a few days ago. And the guy said that he was found in Theon's academy, according to reports he got out through the sewers. The girl was not surprised, because the security there was weak, but she was interested in what happened to the students, whether anyone was hurt, and what happened to the werewolf. Lloyd reported that the werewolf had injured 3 students, but one of the professors dealt with him, although the body was not identified, since no remains were found. When Tarina heard that all the remains were burned, she became suspicious because there were fires at all the murder scenes. Seeing that the Grandmaster was deep in thought, the assistant suggested that she check the academy, but she decided to stay here and try to find evidence. A burned factory and a burned werewolf. The similarities alone are not enough to connect the 2 cases. But if the girl finds out that the same person is behind them, she will regard it as a threat to the Empire. On her way to the lecture, Renee thought about Professor Roger. Was it true that he hunted a werewolf after all? He was a military officer and also participated in catching cryptids. He immediately seemed like an incredible person to the girl. The student was looking for a free seat, and there was none on the edge. There were only ones in the middle, but she was sure that no one would want to move and noticed that everyone began to avoid her. Soon the girl noticed a free place at the entrance, and then Ellendale greeted her, asking her if everything was okay. Renee also wished the princess good morning with a smile, but thought that she was very unlucky, since now other students paid attention to her. Now every nobleman wondered how this plebeian dared to sit next to the princess, and even pretended that they were close, and why they communicated so well. After all, no one knew what situation they found themselves in and how they worried together about Professor Roger. When the girls met the night before, the princess asked Renee what she was doing there at such a late hour, and she told her that she had fallen asleep while studying. Ellendale wanted to go and tell the librarian everything she thought about him, since he did not wake Renee, but the commoner told the princess that it was her own fault for dozing off. The noblewoman asked to be called older sister, because in Theon everyone is equal, and said that she decided to simply make sure that all the students returned to their rooms. At that moment, she could not even imagine that the princess was making her evening rounds alone, and then, without hesitation, she approached an ordinary commoner. The girl's thoughts were interrupted as soon as Professor Roger entered the classroom and announced the start of the class. Today, the teacher was going to talk about the features of manifestation and the basics and principles of elemental magic. Roger explained that it is the most used of all the abilities and is the most important of all, the foundation of all foundations, which most students are already familiar with, and today he will demonstrate a new method. The students held their breath. They no longer knew what to expect from the professor, although some, like Flora, were very interested in what he had prepared this time and how he could surprise them. The magician continued his lecture. He said that this method would help increase their elemental power from 20 to 80%. The students immediately began to whisper. Some did not believe that this was possible. Others thought that the professor would not lie to them. Roger asked a guy named Anthony what attributes of elemental magic he used, and the frightened student replied that he used water and ice, and also plants. The teacher asked the boy to demonstrate the one he was most confident in. Anthony concentrated as best he could and created a small ice magic ball, for which Roger praised him, but said that it was still far from ideal. To teach the students, the magician asked them to carefully watch his hand movements. The professor made just light movements with his fingers and created an ice sphere, smooth and beautiful, like a snowball, and a moment later it turned into a beautiful snowflake. Everyone was surprised, and Tracy told her friends that this was unusual. Could he really have done this using the same kind of magic? This was a completely different level. Roger told the students that now that he had their attention, he would start with the theory. Flora's gaze seemed to be challenging. She was already waiting to see how the professor would explain today's topic. Since the history of the attributes of elemental magic is deeply rooted in the manifestation realm, they were once considered the original forms of magic, but now they are only part of the spell-casting process, and Roger revealed the 4 main elements from which it all began. The professor noted that compared to the 10 elements they were using now, these looked too simple, and asked which of the students knew what had caused such a strong leap in their development. Roger promised 5 points to anyone who could give the correct answer using the element of fire as an example, and heard students answer that fire was used to dispel darkness or that it was used to burn and clear forests. One guy said that fire had snatched humanity from the clutches of darkness, which inspired fear, and Roger, jokingly, asked if the guy had ever thought about becoming a poet. And only Flora's answer was correct. Fire was used as a weapon against people to burn them. Burning, drowning, wind-blown slashes, electric shocks, war and murder have all taken magic to new levels, and some students have been left dumbfounded. The magician continued to tell how in cold times, fire served as a symbol of survival, not destruction. Water became an important component of the water wheel. The wind turned the blades, and electricity illuminated the cities. Professor Roger explained that the purpose of elemental attributes can change depending on a person's actions, and students should begin to master them with the mindset of fighting for a better world. Having completed the theoretical part, Roger proposed to move on to the practical part and asked the students to create an elementary sphere. Joseph's teacher advised him to focus on the flow, since for a second-year student, he was too inexperienced in releasing magical power. Irina Carmen created a plant attribute, but the professor said that it was as if she was looking at a rotting autumn leaf and advised her to imagine a sprout breaking through the soil. Tracy thought that Professor Roger didn't even choose his words carefully. The teacher turned his attention to Aiden, who sat with his fists clenched but could do nothing. Roger walked closer to the bespectacled man and thought for a minute, wondering why the guy was acting like that and what it could mean. Could it be that Aiden decided to rebel against the magician after that incident with the werewolf? Taking a closer look, Roger realized that this was not the case. The student did not look like a rebel at all. The professor realized that this was not the case and asked the guy if he understood correctly that Aiden had not yet practiced elemental manifestation and heard an awkward confirmation. Our hero thought that it turns out that Theon's special student does not have basic knowledge. How could this happen, even if he was accepted as an exception? Roger couldn't take responsibility for a person who needed to be explained everything from scratch, and he basically didn't care whether he would lag behind the others or not. But something prevented the magician from leaving the guy. The professor asked Aiden to name the attributes he could use, and the bespectacled man said he could use fire, water, and wind. Roger suggested the boy to use fire and promised to teach him this, adding that he could not leave a student who needed his help. Leo and Tracy watched in surprise as the teacher taught the boy. He said that first, you need to accumulate magical power. Aiden created a magical sphere between his palms, and Roger advised him to now think about how he turns it into an attribute, that is, fire. The bespectacled man did not have fire, and the magician said that thinking about the goal is not enough. The guy must allow his senses to open up. Aiden closed his eyes and Roger asked him to remember the brightest flame he had ever seen in his life. Its shape, sound, smell, touch, everything he had felt then. And the boy remembered it was 8 years ago during a snowstorm, the bitter smell of burning logs and charcoal, the aroma of stew in the cauldron, the whining of his sisters and his mother's grumbling, the smile of his father returning home. There was little food, and the cold wind crept under the fabric of his worn clothes, and in that harsh winter, the fire blazing in the fireplace calmed Aiden. He felt this warmth as if it was yesterday, and heard encouragement from the professor. He opened his eyes. Aiden felt the warmth not only from his memories. Now the fire he had created himself was between his palms. The student was happy because he succeeded. This feeling arose together with a moment from the past. Roger smiled and praised the guy, noting that his flame warmed but did not burn, his heat was not capable of causing harm, and added that he thought he knew what Aiden was thinking. The students were very surprised by what they saw. They were puzzled not only by the fact that the bespectacled man was able to make a sphere, but also by the fact that from Professor Roger one can hear not only criticism, but also warm words. The magician went on to explain that the fire in his hands was an attribute, the image of which he had imagined in his head. But not just an attribute, it was the flame of his magical power, and Roger asked to remember this feeling. Addressing the audience, the teacher said that he was sure they already understood that this was the very method he was talking about, and advised them to rely on their senses and their own experience. And basic knowledge will serve as the basis for using the attributes of elemental magic. And Roger added that ideas about the heat of fire and the cold of ice are not enough. Even a 3-year-old child knows this. Our hero repeated that a true magician must put something unique into his spell, and advised the students to remember a moment that was of great importance to them. It was necessary to connect all 5 senses, and the difference was really significant, and the students felt it when they started to succeed. Flora sat there lost in thought, because she had already mastered all of this a long time ago, and thought that today she would learn something new, but it seemed she was wrong, and besides, she became interested in why the professor devoted so much time to some first-year student. And he even praised him for simply manifesting an attribute of elementary magic. The girl could not understand this. Flora wondered where that man had gone, who had disgraced her in front of the entire audience on the very first day and decided to show real magic. The girl decided to see how Professor Roger would compliment her and made an attribute overlay. She added the wind magic technique, created a whirlpool, and she got a very bright sphere that illuminated everything around, and Flora's friend asked her to stop because it was dangerous. Flora thought that she had to stop this, otherwise the explosion would be unavoidable, and she needed to set up a barrier so that no one would get hurt. It was really dangerous, and the students started running in different directions as the huge sphere was about to explode. The girl decided that she was not in control of the situation, and an explosion was inevitable. But then Roger came up and held back the energy with his hand, telling Flora to concentrate and not give up, controlling the flow of her magical power. Professor Roger was very calm and seemed to instill calm in others. He told the girl that he would help her. Suddenly, the student saw that the large sphere from which the energy flow was pouring out was gradually stabilizing. The magician asked Flora not to stop because if she stopped now, her magic would simply dissipate, and she didn't want that. The professor was right. The girl had to see the matter through to the end, and she concentrated on the process. Since childhood, the glances directed at Flora Lumos always expressed only envy and jealousy. But she didn't pay attention, continuing to walk forward. But there was something that the girl couldn't bear. It was her father's cold gaze. He looked at her as if the girl did not exist. And then, at the first lecture, when the professor penalized the student 10 points, following the humiliation, she was overcome for the first time by a feeling of defeat, and it affected her so much that these childhood memories returned to Flora. Even though the student couldn't see his expression, she knew he looked exactly the same way her father had once looked. Lumos never forget their offenders, and the girl decided that one day she would definitely fight Roger and win. At least she thought so. A little time passed and the student succeeded. She stabilized the situation. When the spell process was completed, the professor approached Flora and, looking at her with a stern gaze, told her that she had acted very thoughtlessly. The magician explained to the girl that it wasn't that she tried something new and failed, because that's normal. Everyone makes mistakes, but the fact is that she put other students at risk. But Flora was outraged to hear that she had clumsily applied 2 elements because she thought she had done it well. The professor meant that when combining fire and ice, making the 2 opposing elements complement each other is a very difficult task. And yet Flora Lumos protested. She did not deny that she had gone too far in trying to add a 3rd element, but as for ice and fire, the combination was perfect. Our hero didn't answer, but simply decided to show with an example how to properly combine ice and fire. Professor Roger continued to explain to the girl that she should understand the difference, because she managed to freeze the fire and it looked beautiful. But one picture is not enough. The teacher asked the student what she intended to achieve by doing this, whether she simply wanted to brag. The blue-haired girl closed her eyes, and it was obvious that these words hit her heart hard. Roger finished his experiment with combining elements in magic, and his sphere turned into snow, which greatly surprised the students. Using the ability of fire to cover large distances and the coldness of ice, he combined them into one spell. Using the same elements, he reworked them into something more practical, and Flora Lumos realized that she had failed completely. But suddenly, the desperate student heard words she did not expect to hear. Roger said that he did not blame her for her lack of skill. He noted that the girl had a unique talent. Among the kids her age, the professor had never met such a technically savvy wizard. The magician continued by adding that this is not what we are talking about now, but something more important. In his opinion, the girl was simply playing to the crowd. Professor Roger, placing a friendly hand on Flora's shoulder, said that he had no right to tell her what to do, but he still advised her to choose a different goal. And Roger called the other students to come back and take their seats in the auditorium. The professor returned to his teaching position, and Flora was left to ponder what had just happened. Analyzing the conversation with Roger, the student realized that there was no reproach or mockery in his eyes, only sincere concern, which was not even in the look of her own father. Flora's friend was very worried about her and immediately ran up to the girl and asked how she was feeling. The blue-haired student replied that she simply had a headache from using a large amount of mana, and it felt like she was about to faint. Flora became interested in how Professor Roger was feeling, since he had spent much more energy than she had. And our hero was thinking about the fact that he shouldn't have taken a pill before class. His head was splitting terribly. He also thought about how Flora was able to not only combine the elements, but also complete a top-level spell from the 3 elements. He remembered how the teacher had once scolded him harshly after a similar prank, and wondered if he had been too strict, hoping that his words had not hurt her. But even if that was the case, the magician was confident that she would definitely cope with this and would listen to his advice. These were not empty words. Walking through the auditorium, the magician noticed one peculiarity. There were no weaklings at all among Theon's students. The rector mentioned that this year many talented children, the so-called golden generation, entered the academy. The professor noticed that Renee was unable to manifest an elemental attribute, or rather, it did not exist in principle. Our hero announced to the students that classes were over for today, and as an assignment, asked them to review everything they had covered today. And then the magician turned to Renee and asked her to follow him into his office, which surprised the girl very much. In the office, the professor asked the girl to wait, and at that time the student was puzzled as to why he called her. Did he really want to conduct a personal interview, or maybe he was going to kick her out? She was almost certain of it, because how could a student who couldn't demonstrate elemental magic have the right to attend classes on the theory and practice of spells? But the girl really wanted to continue attending the professor's lectures. The student saw Professor Roger pick up some papers, and the thought immediately occurred to her that this could be an application for a transfer to another teacher, which she really did not want. As soon as the teacher said her name, the girl immediately blurted out in one breath that she would try and do everything he asked, just so that he would not forbid her to go to classes. Confused, Roger asked what she was talking about, and when she said that she thought it was a transfer application, the teacher asked her to stop talking nonsense and take the book, as he was already tired of holding it. Renee took the book that Roger gave her for independent study and told her to study it, and a new path into the world of magic would open up for the girl. The magician said that he knew one person, and this book is the result of her many years of research, the Book of Non-Elemental Magic. Renee said with surprise that it turns out there are other wizards who control non-elemental magic, and asked what this person is doing now. Professor Roger reported that she had already left this world, and the girl noticed sadness in the teacher's eyes. It turns out that now Renee will not be able to study other types of magic except elemental, but she really wanted to master elemental magic, and the magician asked her what she thought about a person who can only work with one element. The girl replied that such a person was probably untalented, but Roger said that this was not so. Magicians who were able to practice only one element were incredibly talented in the area of that particular element. They are professionals in their field and can influence natural phenomena. Roger poured the student a cup of tea and asked her what she thought about non-elemental magic. Renee replied that this magic does not involve the use of elements. The teacher calmly sipped his tea and told the girl that in fact this has not yet been proven. The 10th element of metal is considered part of the element of earth. Therefore, Professor Roger assured Renee that there was no need to worry. The world and magic were constantly changing, and first advised the girl to read a book. This would be her homework. It was a surprise for our hero to meet a student practicing non-elemental magic. He had the opportunity to look into the eyes of a man who could distinguish good from evil. Professor Roger understood that she was still at the very beginning of the journey and did not realize it. The magician looked thoughtfully out the window, realizing that the book had found its next owner after all. It seemed to be fate. Aiden trained in the elemental magic technique that Professor Roger showed him, and it turned out to be very useful. The magician remembered the moment when the guy used magic, kindness, and wisdom could be seen in his gaze, and perhaps he doubted him in vain. After class, the students spent their time in different ways, talking, practicing their abilities, and Aiden noticed a group of guys, among whom one guy looked unfriendly. Tracy was talking to Leo, practicing the technique, and Aiden was thinking about that guy. How could it be that a person who loved magic turned out to be a villain? The bespectacled man became interested in who it was, and why so many guys were crowding around him. This guy must be popular with Tioni. Suddenly, the student who had once pestered the bespectacled boy noticed Aiden and addressed him in an impudent tone. He began to mock Aiden for not being able to materialize his own element, and that he was rather arrogant for still hanging around here. This time Leo stood up for the bespectacled man, but he asked him to calm down and said that he would talk to him himself. Turning to the scoundrel named Jivan, Aiden said that he had no idea what it was about him that irritated him so much, but asked for forgiveness and suggested that they just forget about it. Laughing, Jivan agreed to forget about everything, but only after the bespectacled man got on his knees. Tracy couldn't stand it and flared up, telling Jivan that he himself should be ashamed because he was a nobleman. Continuing to mock, the scoundrel answered the girl that the fallen were not given the right to vote, although what can you expect from an uneducated bungler? After these words, Aiden came right up to Jivan and sternly said that he could say whatever he wanted about him, but he didn't dare touch his friends. The villain told the guy that he wouldn't do anything to him, so Aiden had no choice but to challenge him to a magical duel. The bespectacled man's friends tried to stop him, but it was too late, and Jivan accepted the challenge. Fearless Aiden announced the condition that if he won, the villain would have to apologize to Leo and Tracy, although he did not intend to lose. The students were already preparing for the fight, but suddenly a figure of a man appeared from behind. It was Professor Roger, who demanded an explanation. The magician seemed very calm as always, but inside he was raging, because Aiden had gotten himself into something again, as if he were the main character from some manhwa. Jivan deceived the professor by saying that he had challenged his opponent to a duel, and he agreed. The Mage but a few observations and the professor understood what was going on, looking at the student, who had gathered a whole team around him, which Aiden had noticed at first. Jivan did everything to impress that student who had a very intense gaze. Our hero told the boys that he would not punish them for something that did not happen and ordered them to return to their rooms despite Jivan's displeasure. They had hardly left before they were joined by the unfriendly professor, who had said on the first day of class that he would stay away from commoner professors and told Roger that he was overstepping his authority. He explained that the teacher had no right to interfere in a duel that was being arranged on a mutual basis, and some students supported him. Roger Kelechi realized that whatever this professor was trying to achieve, he had succeeded. Our hero replied that in any case, he could not allow the students to harm each other and suggested that his colleagues sit in on the duel, asking the opponents if they would mind. Aiden and Jivan were not against the idea, and Roger confirmed that the duel would take place. But the enemy also offered Professor Roger to make a bet, although he considered it stupid to bet on a duel, the result of which was already known, hinting at Aiden's loss. Our magician agreed, although his colleague did not expect him to accept his offer so easily. He asked Roger who he thought would be the winner. Without waiting for Roger's answer, Professor Chris placed a bet on Jivan and said that he considered him an incredibly talented magician, and assuming that our hero would also choose Jivan, the sly fellow offered to bet on how he would win. Professor Chalichi replied that there was no need for that as he was going to bet on Aiden, which made his colleague laugh as he couldn't understand the confidence in this student. For the guy with glasses, this came as a surprise. He experienced mixed feelings, pride and worries about the duel. Since both professors taught spellcasting, Roger's colleague offered to bet him the records of their research. Our hero sincerely answered that he did not know that his colleague also teaches students about manifestation. And although he really didn't know it, the second professor became very angry and thought to himself that this fallen nobleman did not dare to disgrace him in front of the students, and decided that he would not get away with it. Our magician suggested that they have a duel in 4 days, and that's where they parted ways. Aiden immediately decided to apologize to Professor Roger, because if it weren't for him, then nothing would have happened. But the magician said that it would be better for him to think about how to win. The teacher added that Jivan had the advantage, but it was too late to back out. Professor Roger also noted that in battles there is always room for unexpected variables, and Aiden already has this variable. He just needs to use it at the right moment. The bespectacled man told the teacher that he wanted to defeat Jivan using only his skills, and with great inspiration asked Professor Roger to prepare him. Once upon a time in his childhood, Aiden was taught skills by a girl. She said that you can't casually show off your skills, otherwise trouble will not keep you waiting. Moreover, this is how she earned her living, and the guy didn't want her to die of hunger on the street. This did not mean that the girl forbade the use of these techniques. She said that as soon as Aiden felt that he needed them, let him act. She once said that in life there always comes a moment when you need to make a choice, and then you need to follow the call of your heart. But Professor Roger did not understand why the boy asked him to teach him skills and decided to explain to him that he made a bet, knowing about his extraordinary abilities. Despite this, Aiden states that he wants to win with skills. Roger did not understand what these skills were that he did not know about. Although what difference does it make? In any case, it's a good opportunity to test his level of preparation. And our hero agreed to help and said that he would show Aiden how to gain an advantage in a magical duel. The magician added that training could seem like real torture to the guy, and besides, he couldn't guarantee him victory. And the bespectacled man agreed with all of this, and they started right away. Professor Roger thought that their opponents seemed to be celebrating their victory already, but it would be interesting to see what would happen to their confident faces in 4 days. In the evening, returning home, Aiden realized that he almost died during training, and it was only the first day. The guy was interested in why Professor Roger was so confident in him. The bespectacled man thought that he was not using the most traditional magic, but did the professor know something that he did not know? With these thoughts, the guy fell asleep. Our hero's unpleasant colleague guessed that Roger Chalichi was giving personal consultations to Aiden. And although Roger didn't show it, he was sure that our magician desperately wanted to win. He asked Jivan Felio what his goal was, to which he replied that he wanted to strike down the impudent commoner. Professor Chris explained that Jivan had to show the unbridgeable gap that separated commoners and aristocrats. He doubted that the guy would lose, but decided to play it safe and took out a bottle. It was a magic amplifier. The professor handed it to Jivan and ordered him to drink it before the battle. The student was scared, because if he was caught, he could be expelled from the academy. But the professor calmed him down and said that this was a special invention of the Benamor family and no one would know anything. The professor added that that insignificant brat would use every possible method to defeat him, so they would do the same. At the end, the unpleasant teacher added that even though his honor was slightly offended, he would never give in to a pathetic plebeian. On the day of the magic duel, many students gathered at the training ground to watch the spectacle. Many said that the aristocrat had a better chance of winning and that his level of training was higher than that of the commoner. But there were also those who believed that Aiden also had something to show. Someone remembered that he had been involved in catching the werewolf, but they pointed out that it was Professor Roger who had dealt with him in the end, not Aiden. Many of the students knew that Professor Roger had been helping and training the bespectacled man, and that Professor Chris, who was in charge of the second opponent, was leaning towards the aristocrats. The evil professor heard students discussing him and Roger and saying that they both teach spell practice, so they are always compared and it must be unpleasant. Chris thought that today he would knock Roger's arrogance down a peg or two and all these people would witness his defeat. Suddenly the professor heard his name and saw that other teachers and the rector had come to them. Eliza greeted Professor Roger and said that she was told that there would be something interesting here, so she came with Professor Hugo. Madam Principal asked Roger who he had bet on and heard him say that he had bet on Aiden, so Eliza concluded that Chris was rooting for Jivan. The lady said that she was looking forward to the battle and hoped that no one would get hurt, and she was assured that there was no need to worry. The protective equipment helps to create a barrier responsible for the safety of the wearer. Soon the participants appeared. Aiden had not only protective gear, but also a fearless, confident look. Tracy was shouting out encouragement. Leo was yelling at the boy to crush the pompous aristocrat, and the other commoner students were cheering for the bespectacled boy. The nobles, of course, were rooting for Jivan and wanted him to show his true strength. The referee approached the opponents and said that before they could begin, the guys had to go through a little testing. Aiden turned to Jivan and reminded him not to forget to keep his promise when he lost, but his opponent told him not to dream because victory would be his. The judge checked Jivan, and when it was the bespectacled man's turn, he asked what kind of weapon he had. Aiden replied that it was his combat weapon, and it was shaped like a sword, but it was not him. The guy thought it was illegal, but the judge noted that it was a completely safe blunt blade, so everything was fine. The judge explained the rules. The first one whose magical barrier falls from the protective equipment loses, and ordered to get ready. After the command to begin, the boys began to use their magical powers against each other. Leo noticed that the guys were moving at the same pace, and Tracy was surprised because some of them were very fast. Jivan used the element of fire, and Aiden guessed that he would start with the strongest element. In turn, the opponent noted that the bespectacled man was doing better than he expected, and he could have found himself at a disadvantage if the amount of his mana had not exceeded it by several times. The boys began to use blow after blow. Jivan called Aiden a pathetic plebeian and ordered him to know his place. The guy in glasses was successfully fending off magical attacks, but at some point, he began to lose ground. Tracy and Leo, as well as other students, noticed that the boy was getting weaker and began to worry about him very much. Aiden was a smart guy, so he also understood that at this rate he would lose and that it was time to apply the technique that Professor Roger taught him. The opponent already had a premonition of victory and decided that the bespectacled man would surrender. Professor Chris believed that the duel was practically over and smiled victoriously. But suddenly he noticed with horror that Aiden was using a sliding maneuver and did not understand how this student knew the technique of combat mages. Professor Chris guessed that Roger had taught him, although the more important question was how this plebeian had managed to master the sliding maneuver in just 3 days. Jivan especially didn't understand what was happening. Magic is based on concentration. If Aiden continued to move so chaotically, it would be difficult for him to concentrate on the manifestation. But the guy reassured himself that he had already cast a spell with the elixir that Professor Chris had given him, and now it would put an end to his tricks. Jivan thought he had landed the winning blow, but what a disappointment it was when he failed. Aiden managed to resist his spell. Following the sliding maneuver, the bespectacled man delivered a magical blow to Jivan, and it was his winning blow. The enemy fell to the floor, and Aiden walked up to him, pointing his combat weapon at him and looking proudly in his eyes. All the students in the audience who were supporting Aiden screamed with joy. The judge approached the guy and, raising his hand up, said that Aiden wins, but the guy couldn't believe that all this had happened to him. Leo shouted to the winner that he was cool, and Tracy shouted to him that the training had paid off. They were very happy for their friend. The students from the noble families were very disappointed with Jivan, and now they felt that he had tarnished the reputation of the aristocrats and that he could no longer be relied on. They despised him because he boasted that he was the son of a baron, but lost to a plebeian, they called him a loser who had disgraced them all. The loser couldn't understand how he, Jivan Falio, could lose. It couldn't be. Jivan decided that the bespectacled man had cheated. Otherwise, how else would he have managed to cast the spell while moving? These thoughts caused rage inside the guy, and he decided that it was too early to give up, and with the desire to finish off Aiden, he struck. Leo shouted at Jivan to come to his senses. The students froze in horror, looking at what this guy was doing. Aiden and the judge looked into the eyes of danger, and the boy remembered the words of his teacher that there comes a time in life when you have to make a choice. The master told the boy that at this moment of choice he needed to follow the call of his heart, and Aiden decided that now was the moment. The guy covered the judge with his body and, stepping forward, began to resist the magic with the help of his combat weapon. A couple of seconds passed, and Aiden was able to suppress the magic with his resistance, although it took a lot of effort. Everyone present was, to put it mildly, in shock. The rector was amazed that the guy was able to cut the magic. Professor Chris was amazed that the boy used anti-magic, a technique that allows one to nullify the effect of magic, in combination with the sliding maneuver technique. But Aiden didn't stop there. He ran up to Jivan and punched him, because the scoundrel deserved it. The guy told him that he had hoped that Jivan would accept defeat with dignity, and had not expected him to be such a bastard. one student approached second-year student Frieden Volberg, the sharp-eyed boy who Jivan had been showing off to, saying that Falio didn't even know how to lose. But Frieden replied that he didn't care and that he hadn't had any interest in him to begin with. But the guy decided that he needed to keep an eye on Aiden, as this was not the first time he had proven his superiority over the aristocrats. Frieden and the girl left the classroom, and Professor Roger noticed this moment. Professor Chris asked our hero if he knew that this student had anti-magic skills. Roger replied that he knew, and he didn't understand the reason for Chris's irritation. After all, he was responsible for the first-year students. Hadn't he bothered to get acquainted with their personal files? The magician added that in any case, anti-magic did not affect the outcome of the duel in any way, since Aiden initially won. As he was about to leave, Professor Roger reminded him that they had been betting on scientific research, and Professor Chris had asked if he wanted to look at anything in particular. Our hero replied that he didn't need it, because he hadn't said he was interested in it, which surprised Chris even more. Roger explained that it was not his style to argue over other people's research records and claim them for himself. The defeated professor was left sitting alone in the auditorium, and thoughts came to him that he, Chris Benamor himself, had been insulted again, and even more hatred settled in his soul. Walking down a long corridor, Roger met a girl named Sedina, who congratulated the magician on his victory. Sedina was happy about the professor's victory, but noted that now he attracted even more attention. But Roger replied that this was even good. The magician explained to the girl that Madame Rector was suspicious of him. She knew that they had infiltrated Theon, and despite his status, it would not be easy for Roger to gain her trust. Sedina was surprised, because having become a professor, Roger should have been out of danger, and the magician clarified that this was why he decided to make a good impression on the rector with the help of a duel. Our hero said that he needed help from the girl, but their meetings would be conspicuous until she became a model student, so he asked her to make an effort to reduce the level of suspicion. Impressed that Mr. First Order had given the girl a personal mission, she declared that she would do everything possible, even if it cost her life. When Roger said that there was no need to die, Sedina enthusiastically blurted out that she would not die even if this mission killed her. The recent event allowed him to convince everyone that he was acting in the interests of the rector, and also to make it clear to Black Dawn that he cannot act rashly. But this cannot last forever, and Roger must create his own organization. This is the conclusion he eventually came to. The mage's thoughts were interrupted by a call from Hans, who said that he had checked the nearby areas as Roger had requested. The friend also learned how things are in the criminal world and understood how to act in order to maintain his position, but it looks like it's time to use force. Roger said that Hans had made a good point. It was time for the heavy artillery and that he was moving out. Our hero's friend said that it would take a long time, but Roger replied that he would try to make sure that everything ended as quickly as possible. The main villains gathered in a large house. They discussed what to do next based on the latest events. Hyunim was furious. All Belfort had to do was invest the money they had invested into the project, and the bastard just went and died, leaving them with nothing. One of the men asked Hennem if they should find another fund, and he replied that this was exactly what he wanted to discuss with the guys and think through the next steps to scale their business. Suddenly, the man heard someone strange enter the room, and from the doorway offer to figure out what to do with the idiots from the Black Rose. Those present looked around and, seeing how the stranger was confidently heading towards them, pointed him towards the exit. The stranger approached Hennem, who rudely suggested that the guest get out of here. But when the newcomer called the man Dotry, the leader of the Scarlet Group, he realized that this was not a random passerby whom he did not know, and he decided to ask how he knew him. It was Roger. He replied that they had not met before. It was just that the man was quite famous. Our hero apologized for forgetting to introduce himself and said that his name was James Moriarty. It was the name of the villainous consultant who ran the Dalika Kingdom's criminal system. He had been hiding his identity for years, and Hennem wondered what he was doing here. The man replied that he was glad Moriarty had come, but he could not take his word for it. His appearance in such a place was too unexpected. Roger was considered an imposter and told those present that their suspicions were justified. The magician felt pistols pointed at him from behind his back and, raising his hand, asked them to refrain and not shoot in vain. Our hero Henham signaled to one of the men to shoot him in the shoulder, but when he wanted to shoot, he realized that his pistol wouldn't fire, just like all the other scoundrels. Roger turned to face them, and performing silent fire magic, said that he had warned them. The magician performed a magic trick, showing the power of energy to scare away bad people. Immediately, the monster stood next to Roger, as if ready to protect him, and the villains, thinking that Moriarty had tamed the beast, decided that the recent incident was also his doing. In fact, the werewolf was Hans. The day before he told Roger that the criminal area in which their hideout was located was divided between 4 criminal organizations. The largest of them is called the Scarlet Group. They do the dirtiest work and essentially control the entire area. Roger indicated that they were their target. Hans agreed and said that it would be nice to deal with them, but it would not be easy. Their power was too colossal. A friend suggested not to go straight ahead, but to start with the pawns. But Roger said that they would only waste time that way. A frontal attack would be much faster. They would deal with the leaders, and the rest would fall on their own. Hans objected that now was not the best time for this. Not long ago, they began to form gangs. This happened just after the death of Belfort Rixon. Roger noticed some connection between the Scarlet faction and Belfort Rixon. Perhaps all these incidents and victims that Rixon was behind were the fault of the Scarlet faction. Hans suggested that maybe they were doing Belfort's dirty work. Probably the death of the moneybags had really pissed them off. And the magician clarified that since this situation had united the crazy bastards, maybe they had come for their souls just in time. The friend couldn't convince Roger that this wasn't just some lousy gang. They were real mercenaries. There were even half-knights among them. But no one could argue with our hero, and he replied that there was nothing wrong with that. They were still far from being a knightly order, although that didn't mean they were weaklings. After this dialogue, Roger told Hans that he needed his help. His friend clearly did not think that he would take part in this. The magician's friend realized that Roger wanted to use him to instill fear in the villains, and sarcastically replied that he loved playing the role of a target. Hans once again reminded his friend that when a fight broke out, he would not count on him. He would immediately run away, to which Roger asked his friend to simply pretend that he was a formidable werewolf. Hyunim looked at them and wondered if he was the real James Moriarty or not. He couldn't underestimate him. He certainly assumed that he used magic, but he never expected to see a werewolf's pet. The man decided to pretend and smilingly told Roger that he was now sure that he was the real Moriarty, and asked for forgiveness for not admitting it right away. Our hero suggested moving on to the main purpose of his visit and said that he was going to build a business in this city. Hyunim replied that they would be happy to help him with this, and asked what kind of business. Roger immediately decided to make it clear that he despised vile organizations like them, and said that today he would put an end to the existence of the Scarlet faction. After these words, the scoundrel froze for a minute, and then shouted to his comrades to take the best and finish them off. The villains flashed their knives. The werewolf told Roger that it didn't look like these guys were running away with their heels flashing, and the magician ordered him to prepare for retreat. Hans quietly left when our hero, having hit the floor with a stick, used magic to bring darkness around, and the villains panicked. Using darkness and shadow to instill fear into a weakened enemy, a spell that places a curse on them is called bonding magic. The bandits tried to attack Roger and kill him in pitch darkness, and Hyunim kept waiting for the fight to end and for the uninvited guest to be defeated. But when the battle stopped and the magic dissipated, the man saw among the corpses that lay on the floor, the magician stood there, safe and sound. When the villains attacked Roger, the aura was able to cut his magic. The magician thought that perhaps these were those same knights. Despite the gang's persistence, our hero did not think that he would lose to them. He decided to use poison. When the men saw Roger throwing a vial of poison at them, they were scared, but then decided that if the body was covered with magic, then it would not be harmed. Our hero knew that his opponents were powerless against direct contact and poisoned them with a dagger. Once the poison took effect, it left the man powerless, and the magician could easily defeat them. Roger Tilici could easily deal with any villain. It seemed he had no equal. One of the men, who was still alive, told the magician that apparently he was not Professor Moriarty, since he never had any fighting skills. Our hero answered him that he was not obliged to explain anything, because the man would die anyway. The enemy thought that the opponent's loss of vigilance would allow the guest to learn about weaknesses, and he would maintain victory as long as he acted cautiously. The villain made a sharp dash towards Roger, and he in turn threw a bottle of poison at him. The opponent thought that this would not work. He just needed to dodge. While making the maneuver, the man realized that his sword was rooted to the ground. He couldn't believe that it was because of this bottle. Roger took out his gun and pointed it at the enemy, and the man realized that he needed to drop the sword and start dodging. He had no problems with reflexes. But suddenly, from the shadow of the villain, a sword appeared, which pierced him through and through. The enemy did not even think that this was possible, because magic can only be used near the caster's body. To be on the safe side, the magician fired a bullet into the villain and left him lying dead on the floor. This was as if nothing had happened. Our hero politely invited the bandit to continue their conversation. When Roger had learned all the information he needed, he finished off the villain and decided to have a drink at the bar. Hans came to him in his usual form. He took off his disguise because he could not stand it anymore when he smelled blood. Seeing him on the floor, he joked that he was scared to death. Roger replied that not yet, but now that he had the information he needed, he planned to pass it on to the rest of the organizations. Hans asked what he was drinking, and Roger said it was 38-year-old Gorgonian and wanted to try it too, and started looking for a glass. Despite the fact that he felt sick, he decided to drink it even if he threw up. Satisfying his friend's interest, Roger said that he would find a couple of useful people from the Scarlet Group and say goodbye to the rest. Barely alive, Hyunam told the guys that there were documents and an account book on the second floor of the office and that they would help. Hans said that it looked like he had a lot of work ahead of him and asked Roger if he thought it was too much. The magician warned his friend that he was prepared, that he had acquaintances who could help, and that there was no one better for this job, and Hans was very surprised by this. He didn't really believe that they would come to help their friend, but Roger replied that they said they would come as soon as they finished their work and asked Hans why he hated them so much. The guy called them all crazy, but added, seeing the expression on Roger's face, that of course it was not for him to judge. Hans understood that even if he was against it, they would still follow Roger's plans and asked if he was afraid to act so frivolously, since the rector suspected him. Our hero reassured his friend, as he believed that they would not be followed. Those magicians would not take risks, especially while spying on the rector, and it won't cause a response, and Hans said that it sounds plausible. The guy asked Roger what he planned to name the organization, because if he planned to take control of Leathervelk, he would at least need a name. The magician thought about it. They had about 10 people in their team, including the two of them, and he came up with a great idea. Roger came up with the name of the organization Unknown, which translates as unknown. Hans began to say the name out loud, as if testing the word, and eventually said that he liked it. The friends drank another glass to the creation of the new organization, and Roger began to joke that God forbid Hans would start biting if they drank any more. At breakfast in the cafeteria, Professor Selena asked Roger why he didn't have an assistant, since his lectures were attended by 80 students, a number that was difficult to manage. Roger replied that he didn't need an assistant and that he had no difficulties giving lectures. Selena was surprised by this, and she told the professor that he was incredible, but the magician remained silent and did not really want to talk. His colleagues all began to wonder in turn how the professor had been toiling away for so long without an assistant. Roger asked Selena if she had an assistant. The teacher replied that there were, but since she didn't really need help, she only had 3. Roger tried to understand that if she said she didn't need help, it turns out that professors usually have 10 assistants. Looking at Professor Chris Benamore, the magician understood that he definitely had more than 3 assistants. The colleagues at the table began to give Roger advice that he also needed to take on several assistants, at least 5, otherwise it would become harder and harder with each passing day, and they even offered to help with the list of good students. Our hero learned that assistants receive additional pay and tutoring. Even new professors have about 6 of them. Some assistants research magic under their professor instead of the main training, and it was like a normal 21st century university. Professor Roger would not mind getting rid of all the minor errands, but he did not know whom to choose. Our hero decided to turn to the list of students he had, although it was not an urgent matter, but he already knew that he would offer this matter to Sedina. Walking down the corridor, Professor Roger noticed that someone was hiding near the window. It was Sedina, and the magician said that if she had any questions, she could ask them. Sedina apologized fearfully and said that she had no business. The professor was just passing by and she was watching him. Roger explained that students don't just stalk their professor, but since he had already met her, he said he wanted to ask her something. And the magician asked Sedina if she had classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 breeze to 12, and the girl decided that the professor wanted to assign her something. Roger approached the student closer and asked if she would be his assistant, and hearing the uncertainty in her words, he explained that if she became his assistant, she would be able to communicate with him calmly. The girl asked if it would be suspicious, but the professor assured her that there was no need to worry, as she was on the list he had been given. The teacher decided not to insist too much if the girl did not want to, but Sedina immediately protested that she really wanted to be his assistant. Since the student agreed, Roger asked her to bring him the assistant's registration documents within 2 days. Our hero thought that it was quite good for a first assistant, and now it would be easier to find out from her about the Black Dawn. In 2 days, he would have a loyal assistant for small assignments. An hour later, Sedina arrived at Roger's office with the completed documents. The professor took the documents and praised the student. He got an assistant faster than he expected, in just an hour. There were many students in the auditorium. Renee noticed that it was very noisy, and the princess reported that there was a strange rumor going around among the students. And a friend told her that Professor Roger was looking for assistance, and Renee found this a tempting offer. Elendil said that the most interesting thing was that he had never taken anyone before, and everyone thought that he didn't even know about their existence. But Renee was surprised how the professor could not know this. But the most interesting rumor was about the universal stone, which fulfills the wish of anyone. They say it is hidden somewhere in Theon. Renee wondered if such a thing could exist, to which Elendil replied that there were still many unsolved mysteries. The princess explained that Theon is the heart of magic. Maybe she is exaggerating, but there is probably even an artifact for this. Flora also thought about the universal stone and thought that it was so childish. The authorities would have appropriated it for themselves long ago. The girl was more interested in the fact that the Superman was recruiting assistants for himself, students who were paid by the professor. Naturally, Flora believed that only talented people like her were suitable for this, and she would definitely be able to pass if she was highly recommended. Someone announced that the students should be quiet because the professor was coming into the classroom, but how surprised everyone was when it was not Roger who entered, but Sedina, and she had the material for the lesson in her hands. Flora was the most surprised of all. She couldn't believe that the professor had already chosen an assistant. A couple of minutes later, Professor Roger appeared in the audience. He praised Sedina for her good work and said that she could go. Our hero noticed that the students' facial expressions were very strange. He did not understand why they perceived his assistant that way and announced the beginning of the lesson. Roger gave a lecture and reminded the students that today's material would be on the exam and asked them to review it at home. A student named Julia Plumhart said she wanted to ask the professor a question and sarcastically expressed surprise that Roger remembered her name when he said it. Our hero knew that she had won first place at the reception ceremony, and he also heard that the Magic Tower was supporting her. Julia asked the teacher how he chose his assistant, and Roger tried to understand why she was interested. When the professor said that he had chosen her himself, the student asked, smiling slyly, if there were any conditions, such as the highest magical skills or perhaps a recognizable personality. The magician realized that this was not a question out of pure curiosity, and announced to the girl and the other guys that he looked at only one thing when choosing an assistant, and that was character. And continuing, the professor clarified that if she had the right character, then she would pass the interview. But after her question, Julia might not attend it. Roger added that she would not be able to become his assistant, and looked at her with a sharp gaze, and without hearing any more questions, he left the classroom, saying at the end that the students should not forget about the exam. When the professor came out, he saw Sedina in the corridor. He told her that next time she should wait for him in the assistant's office. Roger noticed that the girl wanted to say something, and the student noted that they had worked well today. The professor handed her a stack of papers and pointed out that these were the assignments given for today and asked Sedina to take care of them by the end of the day. As Roger was leaving, he heard someone speaking to him behind him, and looking back, he saw Flora, who said that she had heard that he had chosen an assistant. The magician confirmed that this was the case and asked if Flora wanted it too, and if he asked, she replied that she didn't need it. The girl said that she wanted to thank the teacher for saving her last time and giving her good advice then. Roger replied that he had only done what a professor should do, and that it was enough for him that she had taken his words seriously. Flora noted that he must have been feeling bad then, since he had used more magical power than she had, but the magician replied that he was completely fine, and he himself remembered that he had almost died. The student asked how many elements he could control, since she had seen 5 in class. The professor answered the girl that those 5 were the only ones he could control. In fact, Roger could use all 10 elements, but there is nothing to be happy about here, unlike mages who focus on one element. Unable to use any element until he reached a certain level, he considered himself mediocre. But if they found out about this, the magician would be in trouble, so Roger decided to just say 5, but Flora already thought that was a lot. The teacher said that if the girl had no more questions, he would go, adding that if she changed her mind, she could apply to be his assistant, she would definitely succeed. Roger left, and Flora remained standing, not having finished her expression. Something in the professor's behavior irritated her. After some time, our hero came to the rector, as she asked him to come in. Eliza greeted Roger and asked if he had heard about the recent rumors. There was information that the universe stone was hidden somewhere in Tion, and the professor replied that he had heard about it and thought that it was a false rumor spread by the students. But Eliza objected to Roger. The universal wish-fulfilling stone really does exist, and the professor saw a blue shining stone in her hand. A mysterious object, with a unique power. It has existed for a long time. The magician gave it a definition, a relic, and Eliza agreed with this. It was an ancient relic of unknown origin, the power of which was hundreds of times greater than the power of artifacts created by great magicians. Roger asked the rector if there was such a relic in Tion, and she replied that they had had it for a long time. Eliza noted that it was a top secret. If there are rumors, then the information leaked out and someone revealed the secret. Since the universe stone is very powerful, constant maintenance is required for the area where it is stored. Information may have leaked during transportation of the stone during maintenance. And since the rumor was so special, Madam Rector wanted to know if Professor Roger could take care of it. Mag thought from the outside it seems that the rector trusts and entrusts this to him, but she is not the one who trusts him just because he is in her faction. Most likely, she is trying to find out who is behind Roger. That is the conclusion the magician came to. Eliza asked the professor to let her know if he noticed anything suspicious, and also asked him to help them with the next transportation of the relic. He agreed, and asked which of the professors was involved in this. The rector replied that other professors were also participating, but since they were all assigned to different areas, Roger would not run into any of them. Since there was still time before the stone was transported, Eliza advised Roger to behave as usual. Our hero in the office was thinking about the fact that the information had leaked to Tion. Had the Black Dawn really started to act, but Sedina hadn't contacted him. Everything is not so because of the First Order, or maybe there was another reason for this, but an incident may happen soon. In addition, our hero found a relic here, although he did not think that it could be kept in Tion. The mage constantly changed identities during his travels. He was a mercenary, a criminal advisor, and a merchant. It wasn't for nothing that our hero wandered around the world with so many personalities, all in order to find the missing piece of this relic. Roger is here because of rumors of a relic in the Empire, but he didn't think there would be another one in Tion. Of course, this relic is different from the one Roger was looking for, and he thought he could use the Universe Stone to find the relic he needed. The thoughts were interrupted when the professor got in touch and reported that he had found out about the situation. The guy said that Roger dealt with the Scarlet Group, but the other three organizations went quiet. But the piranhas, who wanted to take control of society, are going crazy. Hans asked Roger for help, and the magician said that he would find time in a week, asking what happened to him and adding that there was a relic in Theon. The friend wondered which school might have the relic and suggested that it might be kept by the rector in a secret dungeon. Not understanding his friend's joke, Roger asked him not to talk nonsense, and Hans decided to leave him and look for a time to meet. Our hero would like to go right away, but for now he decided not to get nervous because of the rector's order. As Roger looked at the universe stone, he thought that since it could grant a wish, perhaps this was a great chance. The relic is hard to find. Even he, an avid seeker of these relics, has found 3 so far. Judging by the size and shape, there are 4 pieces remaining. Roger will complete his relic once he finds all 7 pieces. And if that happens, then something important will happen, something that did not leave Roger's thoughts until the morning. Elendil sat in her room, having sent away the servants, and thought about how tired she was. They could not leave her alone even for an hour. Her status is to blame for everything. No one could have guessed how much she wanted to live a normal student life. A minute later, the servant came to her again. He apologized and said that someone was asking her for a meeting. It was Tarina from the National Security Department. She apologized to the princess for meeting so late, but said that it was an urgent matter. She reported to the girl that she had recently heard about werewolves in Theon and asked her if it was true. Elendil said that it was true, and one of their professors had already dealt with the werewolves. Tarina said that she was investigating a matter related to this, but it was kept secret, and she was going to meet this professor and ask the princess if she by any chance knew who he was. The student decided to tell that the new professor's name was Roger Kalichi and said that she hoped that Tarina would make progress in her investigation. Tarina also reported that the first princess had conveyed that she wished to contact Elendil, and that she was saddened that the girl had not contacted her recently. The princess guessed how her sister was doing. Probably she wanted to show that she had not forgotten about Elendil. On the second day, Tarina asked her assistants how the investigation at the plant was going. Enya's assistant reported that she looked through some pieces of documents that were not completely burned. It looks like they were developing or researching something there, but it is impossible to find out the details. The main one said that they can't continue to work with just this. More information is needed. The assistant remembered another point, that Black Dawn, the Scarlet Group, had recently disappeared in Leathervelk. Enya clarified that it was irrelevant, but they had to take it into account since it was unknown where they might find a clue. Advising not to worry about it too much, Tarina ordered her to focus on her own investigation, asking her assistant to check Leathervelk some more and then head to Theon. While giving his lecture, Roger thought about how many rumors had been spreading in the academy in the past few days. Students might be moving around like during the werewolf incident. This would cause even more trouble. The professor looked back at the students and noticed that they were bored and decided to show them something fun. The magician released a flame from his index finger and said that magicians always manifest magic using themselves as the core. This is because the magic power comes from the caster. After these words, Professor Roger grabbed the light in his fist. He saw that in the audience, one guy fell asleep at the table. A second later, Roger redirected the fire towards the guy and he woke up in surprise, as it was blazing right under his nose. The teacher said that if they touched, they could do something similar. Roger reminded that magic manifests itself using the caster as the core, but in reality, there is a small space between them. Usually about 1 meter is the limit, but if you realize that the consumption of magical power can increase, you can go even further. The formula for assigning coordinates, as Roger called it, none of the students knew about this technique until now. Flora thought about it. She had never heard of the coordinate assignment formula, and she didn't understand where the hell he had mastered such magic. The professor asked the students if they were interested in this information, and added that it was just a small modification to manifest magic. The teacher clarified that one inspired magician invented it, but he was not going to teach it to them. The students were amazed and started whispering to each other about why he didn't want to teach them and why he showed them this technique at all. The magician explained that he wanted them to understand something. All magic develops from a solid foundation, and full manifestation comes only after that. In order to use magic properly, they must learn everything step by step. Even if they are bored or think that he is saying obvious things, they must first focus on learning for their future. At this point, Roger decided to end the lesson for the day and told the students that if they figured out this magic, they could come to his office at any time. He would appreciate their efforts. Entering his office, the professor found Sedina there. He asked her to wait outside the door, as they were trying to contact him. Eliza informed Roger that the matter was urgent. The universe stone had been stolen. She had underestimated her enemies too much. They knew about the reserve storage for the stone and attacked them when they were not ready. Despite all the rumors, Madame Rector thought that everything would be fine and they would quickly sort it out. But this was a mistake. Eliza said that they are chasing the bandits. If they use the power of the stone, the situation will get worse. Roger understood the complexity of the situation. He asked the rector how much time they had, and she replied that it was until midnight. The rector noticed anxiety in Roger's voice and asked what was the matter, to which the magician replied that it would be better if she got down to work without asking questions, and she decided to leave the matter to him. Our hero knew that this would happen, but he didn't think it would happen so soon, and it was unclear what those guys were thinking. Roger had not yet gotten rid of the rector's suspicion. Perhaps she considered him one of them. This situation was suspicious. He doubted whether this was really the First Order. Thinking about the situation, the professor called Sedina to come into the office. Upon seeing the girl, Roger said that it seemed that the subordinate had acted of his own free will and asked her to explain from the very beginning what exactly had happened, and Sedina reported everything. According to the investigation, it all started with the Third Order requesting information. While researching information about Theon, they found a document related to the Universe Stone. Coincidentally, rumors about the stone began to spread among the students. He believed the rumors, as he had already seen the information, and after that he learned about the existence and location of the stone. The Third Order immediately told the Second, but the Second Order decided not to inform. They began to act independently. Sedina said that his name was Demiles. He had connections with the government, and was also responsible for all affairs in the Second Order. Roger told the girl that if it was that serious, he would definitely have let the First Order know about it. Did he really think that the magician wouldn't find out? Why was he doing this? The assistant noted that this was her opinion, but she thought he wanted to take a place in the First Order. The Zero Order said that the 7 places of the First Order could always change. The girl also added that compared to his greed, Demiles was not talented enough. Maybe that's why he wanted to do something great. Roger replied that he understood, and asked Sedina how things were now, and the assistant asked if he planned to act independently. With a serious look, the professor replied that they were already chasing him, and their identities would be revealed if they interfered. The girl said again that now he and his accomplices are on the run after stealing the stone. She only knows that they went towards the quiet forest. Our hero stood up and said that it was time for him to start acting, and Sedina asked what she should do. The professor replied that she did not need to do anything. She had already done the work, telling him all the information and praised her for her good work. The girl was so embarrassed that tears appeared in her eyes. She could only say a modest thank you. Roger thought about it. He just thanked her, and she was so embarrassed. It seemed to him that this was excessive devotion to the First Order, but it seems that she has personal reasons. Our hero walked out into the empty corridor and cast the spell Aeterne Nocturnus, and the magic began to swirl around the mage. It was a summoning magic spell known as Magic Passage. It consumes a huge amount of magic power, but in return, completely hides the presence of the caster, so no one can see or find him. Students and professors passed by Roger, but no one could notice him or sense the presence of magic nearby. Well, almost no one, because Flora Lumos had a very keen sense of smell, and she froze for a moment when he passed by her. She didn't see anything, but she felt magic. She knew that it was the magic of invisibility and decided to check. The people sent to search did not know what to do, because they had to search in a quiet forest. At first, they thought about taking more people, but in the end they decided that it would be safer to simply block the entrance to the forest. There were attempts to get rid of the forest, but no matter what they did, the forest quickly recovered, and the people who entered it went crazy, and that's where Roger went. DeMiles and his men were indeed in a quiet forest, and they had a problem. The second guy was already going crazy. The forest was surrounded, they couldn't stay here for long, but Demolesse shouted that he had a plan. The man was told that he had stolen the Universe Stone, but as he held it in his hand, he realized that the stone was absolutely useless. The scoundrel could not understand why it did not work and did not react to anything. This is real power. Suddenly, Roger appeared in front of them, and this scared them so much that they panicked even more. Roger assessed the situation. There were at least 10 bastards, the rest were probably caught. DeMiles recognized the magician, calling him Sir John Doe. Our hero also guessed who the man was who was talking to him. It was DeMiles from the Second Order, and Roger asked him why he thought he personally came here. The Second Order was thinking about how unlucky he was. Was it possible that the famously ruthless Sir John Doe had come and that he would die like this? The boys bowed before Roger, and the leader presented him with a stone and said that it was a relic called the Universe Stone, and said that he wanted to offer it to the First Order. Our hero took the stone from DeMiles' hand and told him that the job was well done, and said goodbye. Sharp magical thorns emerged from the ground and pierced the bodies of the villains. Before he died, the Second Order wanted to know why he killed them, but Roger didn't want to waste time explaining. Roger took the Universe Stone and examined it carefully, and realized to his horror that it was not a relic. It contained an incredible amount of magical power, but nothing more. The magician could not understand what was happening because the rector told him the opposite, and suddenly Roger saw a bright, blinding light above his head. A huge, bright beam of light struck with great force at the place where the professor stood. It was Eliza. She picked up the stone and was surprised that she hit it with such force, but there was not a scratch on it. Now she had a fake Universe Stone. She had to work hard for this bait, and she hoped that it would bear fruit. Eliza wondered if Professor Roger was nearby. She knew he was supposed to come here. Our hero understood the danger he was in and what threatened him. The blow was strong and damn close. When the mage saw a beam of light above his head, he used the spell Aether Nocturnus and teleported to another location nearby. Roger thought that magic would give him away when he used a spell. There was no teleportation-type magic in this world, but nothing was impossible when you used the coordinate assignment formula and the characteristics of this magic. Moreover, the stolen Universe Stone turned out to be a fake. Perhaps she revealed his identity by setting a trap. Roger felt very bad. This teleportation magic had sucked out all his magical power, and yet our hero believed that Eliza would not use such problematic methods. So, from the very beginning, she planned to do everything herself. For maximum efficiency, she hid the truth from her own allies, a truly extraordinary person. Suddenly, Roger heard a rustling sound behind him, and looking back, he was ready to strike, but he saw that it was Flora, and he stopped in time. The professor asked the girl why she was here because she knew that this was a dangerous forest. But Flora attacked the teacher, saying that she wanted to ask him first why he was here and what kind of spell it was. As always, Roger sternly replied that it was none of her business, adding that this forest was a dangerous place for students and ordered them to go back. But the student wanted to argue and replied that she was not that weak. It seemed that Flora didn't suspect anything, but the magician didn't understand how she found another way to get around the people guarding the passage. The girl was thinking about how to explain to him that she came here, feeling something strange, without even knowing that Professor Roger would be here. Suddenly someone called Flora, and from the voice she and the professor realized that it was her friend who was looking for her. She screamed that she was very scared, called her friend throughout the forest and cried bitterly. Roger ordered Flora and her friend to follow him and promised that he would lead them to the exit. When the student just approached Roger from behind, she saw that he was taking some pills, and she became very interested in what kind of medicine he took and what illness he had. Coming out of the forest, Roger saw the rector's lady standing with other people, smiling sweetly as if nothing had happened. Eliza was very surprised when she saw two students next to the professor, and the magician explained that they were wandering through a quiet forest. When the rector asked why the students were wandering around the quiet forest, Flora immediately replied that it was all because of her. She went on to explain that she had gone into the silent forest herself, and her friend Cheryl had run after her, and some time later Professor Roger had found them. Our hero asked Eliza what he should do with them, to which she laughed and replied that students often make mistakes and asked him to just leave them. The rector said that because of such an urgent matter, she had to come first and take care of everything. Roger told Eliza that he knew that the magic was from her, and since it was her, he was sure everything was okay. The professor added that he would send these two students to the academy, for which the rector thanked him. At the academy, the old professor who brought Roger to the academy again asked Eliza what she thought of Roger Talisi. The rector noted that because of this event she thinks she can leave all suspicions behind. She studied his reaction and did not notice anything strange. The old man smiled and sighed with relief, saying that there would be no one like him again, but asked the rector why he had spread the rumors. Eliza said they had to do it so that all the little rats would peck first. The real universe stone was transported safely, thank God nothing happened to it. In the past, this stone destroyed an entire kingdom because it was in danger. Madam Rector told the old man that now that they knew the real one was safe, they could go. She didn't want to stay here long. Roger was incredibly happy that he left his mark on the fake stone, thinking that the rector would decide to check the real one. The release of magical power from the real stone was much higher. It sucked Roger in with force. But he does not have the strength to fulfill the true desire of our hero, he knew, because he had seen many things and understood that there is a limit to his strength. But at least he is able to tell the mage about the location of the remaining relics. Roger touched the stone and felt more magical power building up, trying to invade his consciousness. The magician asked him not to twitch and warned that if he tried to get through, then regardless of his desire, he would break. The stone obeyed him, and Roger took it in his hand and asked to show him the location of the remaining pieces. But the stone did not want to tell the magician about all the pieces, and this greatly disappointed Roger. Late at night, our hero contacted Hans and said that he had done what he had recently said and asked to reschedule the meeting for tomorrow night, to which Hans replied that it was for the best, since the deadline was pressing. When asked what was wrong with his voice, Roger replied that everything went as it should. They found the location of one relic, but it was hard for him to recover due to constant hard work. The friend understood his friend, because so many events had happened, but one of them was not worth it. To be more precise, there are two of them, but one of them is already known, the other is here in Leathervelk. Roger explained that based on the image the relic showed him, he believed it was in the Kunst auction house. Hans noted that the Kunst auction house was the only one in the area. He had heard that something big was about to happen there soon. The magician suggested that perhaps she would be an item for auction and asked his friend to look at the list of items prepared for the auction. The next morning, Roger, approaching his office, saw Flora Lumos near the door. He asked the girl what she was doing there. The girl thought he was in the office, so she couldn't figure out where to start, whether to ask about the special magic he used or about the medicine. It was very difficult for Flora to ask the professor such a question, and Roger said that if she had nothing to say, he would go to his office. The magician saw the element of fire and the element of ice around the girl and this flying bubble, and Flora asked him what he thought about her formula for assigning coordinates. Roger replied that she surprised him and that he had no idea that there were students who could master the formulas. The student said that she was simply brilliant, that she was the only one among the students who managed to do this, and asked the teacher if maybe she should be rewarded. The professor thought about it and suggested that Flora give her the highest score, but the girl said that these were just numbers and they were not worth her effort. The student indicated that she would like to receive something else that was similar in value to an A. Professor Roger asked the student to come into the office, and she noted that it was her first time there. Our hero decided to show the student the research laboratory and took her to another room. Flora tried to understand what the hell he was researching. She had never seen such a pattern before. It didn't look like simple drawings. The professor admitted to the girl that he did not expect that she would be able to do this, and he even had to think about a worthy reward. As the student already knew, assigning coordinates is a mathematical formula. It is the principle of managing mana in one coordinate and using the formula in it. Now Flora understood how it worked, because she simply copied what she saw from the professor. The magician told the girl that since she had managed to find out this and repeat it, he would show her something else. Not only did it look unusual, but Flora also felt very strange sensations. It seemed to her that her head was about to burst. At first she felt a strong tension, and then her body began to weaken, and she did not notice how she fell asleep. When the student woke up, she was shocked that this had happened to her. Roger was sitting at the table reading some papers and told the girl that she had been sleeping for about 30 minutes. Flora immediately needed an explanation and asked the professor what kind of magic it was. It was Klein's bottle. At least that's what our hero called it. He said that he saw it once and decided to just repeat it, just for the sake of an experiment. The girl was amazed that the professor had created such complex magic just for the sake of an experiment. But Roger did not explain further, but asked how her eyes and nose were. The student did not understand why the teacher was asking behind her back and nose, but Roger explained to her that she had the ability to sense all the features of manifested magic. He explained that when she saw his formula, her pupils dilated and her fingertips trembled. She felt the formula in a different way. Ordinary people can't do that. She must have been shocked by the magic she had never seen before. Flora asked if he wasn't interested in her ability. Roger replied, without looking up from his reading, that he was not the least bit interested in abilities. But other magicians might think differently, so the professor advised the girl not to get caught with this. The teacher told the student that it was too late and she had to leave. Flora left the office. The girl wondered how he could be so calm after he learned of her ability. Maybe he had already met people with a similar ability. In general, the professor rewarded the student appropriately, and with these thoughts, she returned home. Roger went to meet Hans as promised. He met him on the street near the car and in a stylish suit. The magician told his friend that he could not get used to his stylish appearance. Our hero asked his friend where he got this car from. Hans said that he got it from the best of the best in society. The friends went to a social party where music was playing and guests arrived in fancy dresses and suits. Roger noted that it was too bright and noisy here. After all, it was a famous place. Hans replied that it was better than some dirty place. The guys had an appointed meeting place on the 4th floor, and that's where they headed. But at the entrance, 2 men blocked their way. They said that Roger and his friend could not go to the 4th floor without permission. Hans handed the man a ticket and, looking back at Roger, said jokingly that they could do anything. The man pointed to the hall and politely asked them to pass, and the friends went to the designated place. Roger noticed that the atmosphere on the 4th floor was indeed different. A friend said that this place was used for meetings of underground organizations. And I will continue that this is how they created unwritten rules that warned that fighting on the 4th floor is prohibited, so there is no security on this floor. Roger was sure there was a reason why they invited them to such a place. Maybe they were testing whether they would follow this rule. They entered a room where there was a large round table, and behind it sat people who were clearly hiding their identities. Black Rose Violetta, her face covered by a veil, addressed the mage, calling him James Moriarty, saying that she was sure he would not lie in such a place, and that she thought he had disappeared after a failed attempt to start a war in the kingdom of Delica. She asked him if he had come here to correct his mistakes, but Roger replied that that would be stupid, and he had not even thought about it. The girl told the magician that she couldn't trust him. A man without evil intentions destroys the Scarlet Group as soon as it appeared here. That's strange. Roger replied that he just wanted to get rid of the dirt in front of his eyes, and a man named Kirukas Pinion asked what he wanted, since he hadn't just accepted the invitation for nothing. Our hero noted that the man was quick-witted, and said that he was planning to increase his strength, and the interlocutor asked whether Moriarty wanted to create a second Scarlet Group. The old children of Dion were also sitting at the table. They were suspiciously waiting for an answer from their guest. Roger said that he didn't want to create a second Scarlet Group, and he understood why it had become so stuffy here. He decided to clarify all the misunderstandings. A bearded man from Dion's old children asked him what misunderstandings he was talking about. Roger said that he wanted to talk in person, but the old man seemed not to understand him, and the girl sitting next to him calmed him down. A girl from Mastella's old children explained that she was usually looked down upon because she was a child, and Moriarty seemed to understand. Our hero replied that he was not so stupid as to look down on her because she was a child, and repeated that he had no desire to create a second Scarlet group, but was planning to create his own business. Roger decided to offer it to the people who sat at the table with him. He gives them work, and they rake in huge amounts of money. Hans did not intervene in the conversation, but what Roger said caused him misunderstanding and irritation. Violetta noted that it was no different from the Scarlet faction, as he would force them to obey his orders. Our hero replied that this was just a suggestion. If he wanted to, he would have started doing it a long time ago. Roger added that he would hand over part of the Scarlet Group's business area to them, even if they refused his offer, leaving his interlocutors puzzled. A girl from Mastella's old children decided that Moriarty was up to something if he agreed to give it to them, even if they refused. Clearing up the misunderstanding, Roger explained that it was dangerous for him to act openly now, and they knew it. He needed his own loyal forces, and useless battles would not achieve anything. He said they didn't have to trust him, and they had nothing to lose by refusing, but he wanted an answer here and now. After the magician's words, everyone present in the room fell silent for a moment, considering the proposal. A bearded man named Pinion asked Roger to tell him what exactly this business was, which made the Black Rose angry because he had not discussed it with them. Pinion explained that he did not really want to interfere in such a dangerous matter, but Roger promised that there would be no danger and motioned for Hans to come to him with the papers. Roger said that they knew what pleasures the nobility sought, opera, music, for example, to which Pinion replied that he hoped they would not have to do that. The man looked at the papers, and the magician clarified that he would need more elegance from them, telling a story through play, music, and dancing. Pinion exclaimed that he was sure Moriarty saw a future in this and agreed to take on the job. Black Rose Violet asked what Moriarty wanted in the end, to which Roger replied that he wanted change. Our hero told us about a forgotten region, which, despite the local industry and forges, only awaits gray skies and a gloomy future. Roger wanted to change this dark and gloomy alley into a place where people could live and see only a bright future. He had also pitched this business idea to other organizations, so he asked them to review it before making a decision. Walking back down the dark street, Hans praised Roger for the fact that his ideas were incredible, and he had received the approval of all three organizations. But the magician replied that he had merely brought other people's ideas to life. Violetta called out to them from behind. She was unaccompanied and asked Roger to speak to her personally. Our hero asked his friend to go ahead and said that he would catch up. Hans assured him that he could take his time. Black Rose asked if Moriarty really thought the business he proposed would go well, to which Roger responded by asking if she thought otherwise. Violetta said that the current clothing market was controlled by the nobility and rich merchants. She wondered if she had a chance. Roger responded in a reserved manner that their target audience was not them. Light and comfortable clothes that people could use in everyday life. If people liked this idea, then everyone would turn away from fashion. And yet the girl insisted that they would not be able to evade attempts to interfere with them, to which the magician replied that she needed to overcome this, because she could not hide forever. Roger said that she no longer had to worry about protecting her sisters, and if she accepted his offer, he would take responsibility for their protection, and once business was up and running, she could work her magic on fashion as well. Violetta didn't think he would recognize it, but Roger explained that mages can recognize other mages. It's not something complicated. Since the girl had agreed to work with the magician, she decided that she could no longer hide her face and took off her veil. Black Rose had a pretty face, but she had a burn on one cheek caused by magic, and Violetta said that it was the work of a mage who thought she was his property. She noticed it too late, so even the healers, the apostles of Lumensis, were powerless. Having shown her disgusting appearance, Violetta decided to put the veil back, but Roger grabbed her hand and asked her to wait. The magician touched her face with his hand and said that since she had trusted him and shown him her secret, it would be right for him to reveal his secret as well. There was no trace of the burn left on her face. Roger told her to look in the mirror. Black Rose looked in the mirror and her eyes opened wide in surprise, because there was not a millimeter of damaged skin left on her face. This is what Roger called real magic. Our hero said only one thing, that Violetta was too beautiful to hide her face because of this burn. The girl became embarrassed and said that it was dangerous to put something like that on display now, and Roger had no choice but to agree. Violetta said that it was time for her to get to work, as he had ordered, and added that their meeting today had been significant. Suddenly, the magician called out to the girl and grabbed her with his hand, sharply pulling her towards himself, as he noticed that they were trying to kill her. Violetta saw an arrow fly past her head and hit the wall. She was very lucky that Roger saved her. The guy asked if Black Rose was okay. She replied that everything was fine. He wondered who had set up the ambush, although Roger had his suspicions. Roger didn't expect a whole gang, but they saw several people with guns approaching them. One man told him how a big shot like James Moriarty could wander around here without guards. Our hero recognized these people as the remnants of the Scarlet Group and asked them if they had forgotten how their group had fallen apart. Roger remembered this, so he prepared himself, but then he smelled the scent of dispersal and asked Violetta not to use magic, since it would be difficult to control, and the girl was surprised that he even knew this. One of the villains recognized the voice of the Black Rose and was glad that he had not waited in vain. He had not thought that they would grab two big shots at once. Roger asked Violetta if she was going to fight, and the girl replied that they had already been caught and there was nowhere to run. The magician said that they would have to dance, hinting at a battle, and the girl noted that she could dance well enough not to feel jealous of other people. The villains surrounded them from all sides, and Roger and Violetta stood with their backs to each other, and the guy asked the girl to back him up. A fight broke out. Our heroes fought back with dignity, but they were unable to defeat the gang. One of the villains shouted that even with magic they were no match for them, but the other man replied that they were already tired. There was not much left. Violetta complained to Roger that she no longer had strength, that she was no longer the same as she was in her youth, and the magician advised her to increase her endurance when they ran out of this shit. Our hero tried to find the guy who shot among the villains. Could he have hidden somewhere after the ambush? He used the hard to get scent of dispersal and easily controlled his murderous aura. It seems like there is a professional hiding among these guys. A moment later, Roger grabbed the girl sharply and, using a magical sliding maneuver, rushed away from the bandits. The main villain began to shout at the men for letting the couple escape and ordered them to chase after them. Black Rose asked Roger in confusion what he was doing, and the guy explained to her that there was a professional killer among the bandits, and if they continued the battle, the advantage would be on their side. Violetta said that she heard that there was a group of killers who came from the southern desert, people who kill others for money. Roger realized that these were Calisarp's killers. He asked the girl to be careful and not to bite her tongue, because he planned to climb onto the roof with the girl using a hook on a chain. Our heroes flew high up, but the bandits also seemed to have mastered such magic and, lagging a little behind, chased after them. On the roof of the house, the villains finally caught up with the heroes, and they had no choice but to fight off the blows again. Violetta protected herself from the blow with her umbrella, but to her disappointment, she saw that it had practically turned to dust. Roger explained to the girl that this was a special poison that the Calisarp bastards used, and it corroded absolutely everything, and she asked in horror what they should do now. The magician suggested that she either wait until they ran out of throwing knives or get out of there. Violetta liked the second option better, so Roger told her to hold on tight, picked her up, and jumped off the roof. The villains rushed down after them, but when they landed, they did not see our hero there, but only one girl. Violetta stood there and simply complained that Roger had abandoned her here and run away like a coward, lamenting that she hadn't thought he was that kind of person. The bandits thought that he had left her and run away, although they didn't really believe it. It looked more like a trap, and he was using her as bait. The killers realized that he was hiding somewhere nearby and began to look out for his location. Suddenly, one of the villains saw a shadow and hit that place, but upon closer inspection, he saw that there was no one there. It was just a distraction, and Roger stabbed him from behind with a dagger. Roger boasted that it was just a feature of his magic. Although he slightly took advantage of the scent of dispersal that remained on the mana, he used it to transmit the sound. Our hero thought he had finished with the bandits, but Violetta suddenly shouted to him that there was danger from above. The bandit threw a long chain with a hook and with one sharp movement grabbed Roger's cane, which was also a dagger. The killer rushed towards the magician to kill him, but suddenly saw that he had another weapon. Roger quickly pulled out a sharp knife and stabbed his opponent, the last of the attacking killers. The enemy lay defeated on the ground, and our hero finally told him that he had acted well, but at the decisive moment he had let his guard down. From afar, the voices of men who were going to catch them could be heard. They were running towards them. The scent of dissipation had almost disappeared, and Roger asked if he could leave the rest to Violet, and she said it wouldn't be difficult. The bandits caught up with the couple, but suddenly saw a large wave of magical power flare up, and in an instant they were destroyed. Black Rose noted that there seemed to be no more minions left. She didn't think that they would set up an ambush after the group disappeared. Roger informed her that they were forced, most likely paid by the killers. It was definitely not Belfort Rickson, because he killed him. Violetta heard about Belfort's death, but she couldn't even imagine that it was the work of Moriarty, that is, our hero. The magician explained that Rickson had done dirty work while he was financing Dutry. At one time, he had humiliated the honor and respect of other people, and he would not want to exist under his sky with such people. Roger was going to hand over the Dutry recruits to Violetta, and in exchange for her finding the one behind it, but she reminded him that she would be busy with the business he proposed. When our hero asked if she could handle all this, he hurt her pride, and Black Rose said that she could handle everything better than he expected. Roger was fine with it. They said goodbye, and the guy wished Violetta good luck. When he returned home, he heard noise in the house from the street, and when he entered, he saw Sheridan beating Hans for not coming to her when she called him. Sheridan Ionfid was Roger's colleague. The dwarf developer greeted the mage, and Hans asked his friend to save him from a petty bully. The magician told the girl to look at something better than to make fun of the guy. Sheridan exclaimed that he had damaged the wire while carrying another person, and now the clamp wouldn't work, and she had said it was only for one person. Roger replied that he had to, and the girl said that she would fix it. It would only take 10 minutes, and asked him to wait there. Hans complained to his friend that the little brat hated him. The magician wanted to say that he was just a weakling, but asked him not to forget that she was older than him and to be more patient when talking to her. When they first met in the mines of the Delica Kingdom, Hans thought she was a child. The guys remembered that she was kept there as a slave, if you can call it that. The girl sat in the mines and collected explosives. If those bombs had exploded, they would have died. Even the captain of the Knights would have died if something like that had exploded kilometers underground. Hans remembered that some left-wing types were pestering Roger. The magician replied that he had already taken care of them. They were from the Scarlet Group. The magician added that there had to be someone behind them and asked his friend to find out about it. But Hans was already confused because he was already dealing with the items at the auction. And now Sheridan called him, and Roger told him to first help the girl and make sure that she did not touch the gunpowder. Looking out the window, our hero thought that if the girl said to wait 10 minutes, then they would finish in 30, and he would rest in the meantime. On the street, he saw 3 people in raincoats walking past the house. Their movements were light and quick. You couldn't even hear their steps. A group of people moving in sync at such a time, Roger thought they might be knights. One of them looked back and almost saw Roger in the window, but he managed to quickly dodge. From the conversation of these people, the magician realized that she did not see him. At first, it seemed to him that they were knights, but this silver hair reminded him of someone. It was the patron of the Knights of the Night Serpent, Tarina Lionhall. Roger wondered why she was in Leathervelk. He heard that she was assigned to investigate the murder of Belfort Rickson. Did she really think that this murder was connected to the recent incident? It was good that Roger got rid of the evidence. He didn't want to cross paths with this terrible man anymore. Sheridan came into the room and fixed the device. It took a little longer because she decided to tidy up the rest of the parts. Roger noticed that it had become smaller and thinner, and the girl suggested that he try it out. Our hero threw a hook on a chain from the bracelet, and they saw how the hook went completely into the wall and caught on it. Sheridan made it twice as powerful. Now the mage will be able to use it on multiple people. The girl also added a new feature and suggested that Roger try to clench his hand into a fist and bend his wrist. When the guy repeated what the girl asked, a sharp knife came out of the bracelet. Sheridan did this because she remembered what Roger told her, and it would disappear if she relaxed her hand. She also showed a small hole on the left side and told Roger that he could shoot needles from it to paralyze the enemy. The magician really liked it and thanked the girl for her work. Sheridan said the guy had excellent taste, but her cowardly assistant, referring to Hans, kept saying it was dangerous. From a distance, Hans could hear that this was expected from a professor at Theon Academy. It sounded a little strange, but Roger decided not to pay attention to it. The girl added that Roger looks great in these fashionable clothes. Just one look is enough to understand that he is a gentleman, just like an aristocrat. The guy thanked her for the kind words. Our hero said he wanted to go for a walk, and, to Sheridan's disappointment, he said goodbye and left. The Night Snakes came to where Roger had recently fought, but it was clear that the wounds on their bodies were caused by magic. Perhaps some kind of fight had taken place between the groups. She picked up the bloody knife and smelled a sour smell. She recognized the special poison that Calsap's killers use. Tarina's assistant suggested that there was a conflict between Calsap and the Scarlet faction. But the main one answered that most likely they were on the same side. They did not die from poison. One was killed with one blow, the second one too, and it looks like his heart was pierced from the back. The assassin switched to a short-range battle. Most likely they thought that their opponent was an ordinary mage and died because of their own mistake. Tarina realized that the one who dealt with the killers was a mage who knew how to handle a sword, and he was the one who finished off the Scarlet group. The collapsed organization went so far as to hire someone to kill Calsap, which meant they had a huge grudge. If you think about it, Belfort's finances at some point went to the Scarlet faction, and the one who got rid of Belfort and the Scarlet faction, the burned-down factory, and Professor Tiona, who burned the werewolf to the ground. Tarina had the general picture and told her assistants that the investigation was almost complete and they could leave. Lloyd was surprised because they were not even one step closer to completing the case, to which the main one replied that she had a guess. There was a place where there could be a clue. In the morning, Selina knocked on Roger's door. She heard that he hadn't come to work today, and as she was passing by, she decided to drop in. The professor confirmed that he had no classes today and asked his colleague what brought her here. Selina told Roger that a knight from the State Security Service was looking for him, and she decided to go in and tell him. The guy realized that new troubles had overtaken him, but without showing it, he said that he would meet with him. Our hero went to the academy, and entering the office, he saw that a young guy was waiting for him. The professor invited the guest to sit down, and the guy introduced himself as a state security officer named Lloyd. Roger offered the guest some tea, but the guy refused and said that he doesn't eat while working, and decided to get down to business right away, asking the professor how he dealt with the werewolf that appeared on the academy's territory. Lloyd asked for more details about the incident and asked Roger not to worry and to imagine that he was talking to a friend. The mage was preparing to meet Tarina Leonhall, but since it wasn't her, there shouldn't be any problems, so he decided to begin the story. When they finished their conversation, Lloyd thanked the professor for his time. Roger shook his hand and said that he was glad to help someone who worked for the government. As I was opening the door, Lloyd said that it was an honor for him to meet Professor Chalici. When the employee returned to the agency, Tarina asked him if he had found any leads, but he replied that he had found nothing worthwhile. The main one reported that they even got a warrant for an investigation, but there was nothing useful in it. Tarina asked if he had followed her instructions exactly. Lloyd replied that he had done everything as she had said. The girl asked another question, whether he was someone who devoted a lot of his time to training. The guy said that Chalici was wearing gloves when they shook hands. It felt like the hand of an ordinary magician who had never used a knife before. The assistant asked Lloyd again if he had made a mistake, but the guy was very confident in his words. It must be said that Tarina did not expect this at all. She thought that she had finally found a clue, but the whole thing becomes a mystery again. She announced that without any leads, the investigation was closed and asked Enya to stay here and report anything suspicious. The assistant suggested checking it out in person before leaving, but Tarina replied that they couldn't. It was one of the conditions. Suddenly, Eliza Willow, the rector of the academy, called out to her, and the assistants were very surprised that they knew each other. Eliza asked why her friend didn't even greet her, and Tarina reminded her that she wasn't so friendly when she didn't let her meet Professor Roger in person and asked her to stop pretending. Eliza, as always with a smile, asked her friend not to bully their useful newcomer. She liked him so much, so she could not leave him alone with Tarina. Madam Rector considered her friend to be a person who constantly breaks others, and Tarina was only just convinced of this. She was offended by this and asked Eliza not to see her off, and did not even accept the invitation for tea. Professor Roger looked at this picture from the window. He had no idea what kind of relationship there could be between the rector and the patron. At least thanks to Rector Eliza, the magician was able to avoid meeting this madwoman, and Lloyd was one of those in front of whom one cannot relax one's vigilance. First, he checked to see if there was dust on the shelves, something Roger noticed as soon as he entered the office. He himself looked clean and well-groomed. The professor thought that he was a germaphobe, that is, he was afraid of germs and their getting from any surface onto his hands. If someone like him offers to shake hands with his bare hand, it means he wanted to know something. Just in case, Roger asked Sheridan to make him artificial skin, and for good reason. The professor thought their attempt was good, but unfortunately for them, he had prepared better, so now they could relax and prepare the test. A week later, Sadina reported to the professor that everyone had been acting very cautiously lately, apparently due to the recent visit of Tarina's patron to Theon. People have been trying to avoid contact with each other as much as possible, and private gatherings now take place outside of Theon. The girl also said that 2 days ago, 3 people from the Third Order were captured by the police. The magician was surprised by this. Sadina clarified that it was not worth the professor's attention, so she did not tell him about it, to which Roger said how stupid they were to get caught by the police. The girl gave the reason that Theon's students were involved, 2 boys and 1 girl from his class. Roger's intuition rarely failed him, and he immediately realized that these students were Aiden, Leo, and Tracy, which the assistant confirmed, but it was unclear how these guys were able to catch someone outside the city. Sadina explained that it seemed like they were doing an assignment at the time. Low-class students have an assignment board that they can use to pay for their education. Those 3 students weren't from the richest families. Roger wondered, even if that's how these guys caught the Third Order people. Sadina's assistant asked the teacher what she should do with the people from the Order. Roger told her to leave them. He didn't need anyone who could be defeated by some students, and the girl said that he was absolutely right. The assistant added that there was nothing more except an agreement to lie low for a while, and Roger invited her to go to a lecture. In class, the professor announced that the first testing round was starting today, and he was confident that the students had prepared diligently for it and promised that he would teach the students who placed first 5 on the list the formula for the source code. He pointed out that if he found out that they were cheating, then they would have to pay a corresponding price for it. Roger began the test, which seemed to last forever, as the students had no idea it would be so difficult. Many people realized how difficult the test was when the professor allowed them to use notes, because it was so difficult that they weren't even needed. After all the students had left, Renee approached Roger and he thought she had questions about the test. But the student wanted to return the book that the professor had given her, since she had already finished reading it. Our hero answered the girl that she might not return the book, that she would need this book again in the future, and added that the edition he gave her was much more important. Roger said that she could consider it a tribute to the previous owner. Renee was amazed by such a statement from the professor. As he left, he added that he believed that only in her hands would this book show its full potential. Ellen, the student's relative, asked how she wrote the test, and the girl answered that it was not so difficult. Not at all as she imagined it. Seeing that the princess was embarrassed, her friend consoled her, saying that she was probably very tired and could not get herself together at all. This happens, and Ellendale agreed. She had a lot on her mind, and she could not prepare properly. The rector looked at the test and was surprised. Just think, Professor Roger could make up such questions. For this you need a strong foundation and knowledge of the basics. With the right placement of tricks and the complexity of the test, she did not expect much from this stern guy, but he really surprised her. The old professor asked her how she would compare Roger to Professor Chris, since they were both embodiment professors, and he was sure the sections on the test were similar. Eliza replied that it would be cruel to compare them. Professor Chris only puts difficult questions on the exam to show off his knowledge, and she is sure he has already looked at this test. The rector was interested to see the expression on his face now. Professor Chris really did read the test, and it made him so angry that he tore it to shreds. Of course, the rector asked him to take note of the questions from Professor Roger's exam, and for him it was sheer humiliation. Chris couldn't forget the look on Eliza's face when she brought him Roger's test, saying it might be useful to him when writing his next exam. Just thinking that he, a nobleman, was compared to some fallen one, made Chris's soul filled with even more hatred and desire to avenge this shame. Renee had prepared for other exams, so she could now have lunch in peace, and taking her lunch, went out into the yard. Elendil returned immediately because she was shocked by this exam. Her friend was worried about her with the hope that she would get better. On the way, Renee saw some guys who were not very famous at the academy and realized that they had noticed her. One of them, similar to the main one, told his friends to look at the girl and said that she was a proud and noble commoner, mocking her. Not wanting to get into trouble, Renee politely asked him to move away so she could continue walking, but he didn't seem to hear her mumbling. Renee told him that he was probably angry because she rejected him and added that he should be ashamed of himself for being noble. The guy, who was really angry, called the girl pathetic and a commoner and ordered her to know her place. The villain grabbed Renee by the hand and told her to follow him, but she began to resist and demand that he let her go. He hit her in the face with all his might, and the girl fell to the ground, and her lunch fell out of her hands and spilled onto the ground. Renee was taken aback and looked at the scoundrel, and he sarcastically said that she did not dare look him in the eyes. And he added that that is why it is necessary to teach common people. And he looked down at her proudly, as if he were a hero. Suddenly the students heard a guy with a sharp look approaching them. They looked around and froze, and he asked the scoundrel what he was doing. It was Frieden Volberg, the guy Jivan had been showing off in front of, the guy Aiden had noticed, and about whom there were generally some not very good rumors. Seeing him, Renee remembered that there were rumors that he was cruel and merciless to commoners, and now she wondered why he came here. The girl was still sitting on the ground, and the guy who had bullied her explained to Frieden that he was raising an impudent commoner because he was noble. Frieden clarified that he was not educating her, but mocking her, but the guy began to justify himself, saying that a commoner dared to look down on a nobleman. The new arrival ordered the guy to be silent and, without even blinking an eye, used magic to put him on the ground. Looking at him with disdain, he said that he was trash that had tarnished the name of a noble man, and added that he could no longer tolerate scum who had nothing better to do. The scoundrel stood up and began to leave quickly, and the guy who stood up for Renee asked if he was angry that he was being scolded. The scoundrel replied that he was not angry as long as he left. Friedan stood his ground and repeated that he should leave and that he would not repeat it twice. Renee didn't expect such actions from this guy and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for helping her. The guy was either surprised or embarrassed. Strange feelings arose inside him when he looked at the girl. Renee noticed the confusion on the guy's face and looked at him questioningly, but he turned away and pretended that nothing had happened. Frieden saw the girl's scattered lunch and said that she couldn't eat it anymore, but Renee replied that everything was fine and she would clean it from dirt, but the guy offered to treat her to his lunch. He couldn't eat something that touched the ground. They came to a place that Renee had never noticed, and the guy explained that this was his personal space and even his bodyguards didn't know about it. Frieden said that if she kept it a secret from the other students, she could come here whenever she wanted, and the girl said that of course she wouldn't tell anyone. When the guy opened the food box, Renee asked if it was really his lunch. Frieden replied that he just got carried away and made too much of it. The student was surprised that he made the lunch himself. He offered her to try it and Renee couldn't stop, It was so delicious, the guy was glad that she liked it and asked her not to rush. The girl ate and thought, looking at the guy. They said that he hated commoners, but he did not look like such a person at all. This was further proof that you should never trust rumors. Professor Selena was in the courtyard of the academy. She turned to Roger, who was passing by. She asked the professor if his exams were over, and he replied that they were over and he was already on his way to check them. Roger realized that Selena would have a practical exam, and she confirmed this, clarifying that practical exercises are more useful for summoners. She asked if Professor Roger wanted to watch, and he agreed, because it was clear from looking at her that she was nervous about her first exam. Selena looked at the professor so pleadingly that he firmly decided to watch the exam, and she invited him to follow her into the garden. The teacher explained to the students that during the exam, they would communicate with spirits and ask them to use their magical powers to communicate and make friends with them. At first, Selena decided to demonstrate how this happens. She used magic and a glowing ball appeared in her hands. Roger watched this from the side. Then the teacher, squinting her eyes, greeted the glowing ball, which was a spirit, and it vibrated slightly. The students were surprised by this and watched what was happening in fascination, observing the power of the spiritual professor. Professor Selena noted that it was not difficult, and if the students followed what she showed, they would succeed, and asked them to get to work. Students began to practice working with spirits, and many succeeded with ease. Selena asked Roger if he wanted to try, since it was easy, but the mage refused, saying that he was not the kind of person the spirits liked. The colleague, laughing, said that this couldn't be because the spirits were very kind, and decided to prove it to the professor. She summoned the spirit, and was surprised to see that the glowing ball in her hands began to tremble. In her practice, there was nothing like this. She noticed that even other spirits did not approach Professor Roger. Our hero calmly explained to her that he had warned her that the spirits did not like him. The magician remembered his mother's words that he had the qualities of a shaman and that divine spirits protected him. Selena said that there are cases when spirits are not interested, but she has never seen them scared. And yet only spirits of lower ranks were afraid of him. Spirits of middle rank were calm. The teacher said that it was unfortunate. It would be nice if he could also get closer to the spirits, but Roger replied that there are different people in the world. In this matter, he is an exception. Professor Roger reminded her that she was still conducting an exam, and it was unlikely that this could be left to assistants. Selena, having come to her senses, ran to the students. Thank God, the professor's magical power is still sufficient, because if the mid-ranking spirits had also reacted, Selena would have suspected Roger. The spirits were not afraid of Roger. They were afraid of what was behind him. They were hiding between the trees. This is the energy of two fires and of a high level. Looking at the others, Roger wondered if the others hadn't sensed him. Even Professor Selena, who was sensitive to spirits, didn't react. A presence that cannot be felt by a spiritual professor who controls mid-level spirits. So this guy is not a spirit that exists in nature. He is a spirit controlled by someone. And if they were so clearly following Roger, then there is only one answer. There is another First Order hiding in Theon. The magician wondered why they suddenly decided to appear right now and why they were just watching him, doing nothing. If they knew he was fake, then they wouldn't watch him, but would act immediately. Perhaps they were sending a signal to Roger. These thoughts made the magician feel hot. His temperature rose. The spirits reacted to his words. Professor Selena and the students were nearby, and our hero decided to move to another place to be unnoticed. Roger was curious what the spirits would do now. Even if they didn't react, he would at least know who he was dealing with. Now was a good opportunity to find out, and our hero could not miss it. Soon, Professor Roger saw how two lights were connecting with him near one of the trees. The tongues of flame lined up into fiery letters, and the letters into words, and the magician realized that this letter was for him. It contained an invitation to this evening, after classes, at this place. Roger was used to clarifying unclear situations, so in the evening he came to this place even earlier than expected. A spirit of fire appeared before him, who said in surprise that he did not expect the magician to come earlier than expected. Roger had a premonition that the meeting would take place without a physical body. but it was not to say that he was not surprised. Our hero decided to get down to business without delay, and with a serious look, asked the flame what it wanted from it. The spirit of fire said that he needs the help of a magician. He is going to cause chaos in Theon, because his role is destruction, but those magicians put out the fires that he causes. Roger guessed that they were planning a terrorist attack and asked if the fire spirit wanted him to help him in his fire games. The spirit replied that he did not want to do anything like that, but after his subordinates, the Second Order disappeared. Unlike other members of the First Order, Roger does not work with anyone. With his skills to hide his identity, and help should not be a problem. Of course, the flame did not ask for free work, but promised to compensate if the magician helped him. He called it a mutual contract, but Roger asked between whom exactly the contract was. And the spirit replied, smiling mysteriously, that of course it was between John Doe and Esmeralda. Our hero assumed that this was not his real name. It must be a code name like his. The spirit of fire asked again whether Roger agreed to his proposal, but the magician replied that he refused. He explained to the spirit that in his current situation he could do nothing, but Esmeralda was surprised. She had told him everything. Was he really refusing? The spirit thought that perhaps Roger was just too lazy to do it, but the magician explained that in a normal situation he would agree, but now everything is different. Our hero openly said that the rector still suspects him and he cannot make rash decisions. Roger decided that he had enough information and it was time for him to leave, and told the flame that if that was all she wanted to say, then it was time to say goodbye. Esmeralda asked the magician to wait and said that not long ago she learned interesting information. She informed our hero that she had heard that he had a subordinate, meaning Sedina, but how the great John Doe, who could do anything, could have a subordinate. And on top of all that, he's from the Second Order. Esmeralda asked Roger if he thought there was something wrong here, or if he was still planning something in secret from those people. Roger answered the spirit of fire that she spoke as if she knew him well. The magician did not like her rhetoric, especially since she came to him for help. Our hero indicated that she was not only rushing to conclusions, but even suspecting him. Roger didn't like the fact that just because he had infiltrated Theon and done nothing outstanding, she dared to look down on him. But the spirit replied that it was he who was acting strangely, and the magician explained that he could not be the only one who did not have an assistant when all the other professors had them, and decided that it was better to choose someone from the organization. Esmeralda did not argue with Roger and said that she thought there was no point in explaining to him further. The fire spirit turned it all into a joke and asked the boy if he thought he had taken the joke too seriously. Roger looked back and replied that he didn't care whether she suspected him or not. He wouldn't pick on it this time, but added that she shouldn't even dare to doubt his loyalty to the Zero Order. If this happened again, one of them would have to pay for it, and Esmeralda decided to apologize, and since she had nothing else to say, she decided to leave. Roger stood and stared unwaveringly at the flames of the spirit of fire that dissipated into the air. When the spirit disappeared, our hero was finally able to catch his breath and relax. Just think, this could have ended very badly. Roger thanked God that he had researched what this John Doe was like. If he hadn't, he would have died on the spot. The guy leaned against the tree and decided that he needed to think it over. Judging by the voice, there was a young woman behind the flame. Perhaps it was an elementalist who could control high-ranking flame spirits. The first to fall under suspicion are the elementalist professors. Also, one must not forget about the students who can control the spirits of flame. Roger remembered. Leathervelk is organizing an event to accept new professors. Since all of Theon's sponsors would be there, all of the professors would also be present. If she was a professor, she would be present at this event. It was a chance for the mage. Roger was returning home when it was already dark, and the same girl who had communicated with the magician through the spirit of fire was looking at him from the window. Our hero did not notice that there was a light on in one window, and could not imagine that he was being watched. Esmeralda thought that he was so focused on his work that she wondered if something had happened. It seemed like she was worrying for nothing. What worried her was that he didn't feel any fear from her flame. Perhaps he was much stronger than she expected, and all her efforts were in vain. Walking down the corridor, the girl suddenly remembered that the event that Roger had also remembered would soon take place. Esmeralda didn't want to go to that event, but she was reassured by the fact that the main role would not be hers, but someone else's. Renee was walking home from lunch that afternoon. She didn't expect to be able to have lunch with Freuden again. It seemed he had no bad intentions. Since childhood, she could determine who had evil intent or ill intentions towards her. The only people around her who don't have any ill intent against her are Ellendel and Freuden. Professor Roger was also one of those people who treated Renee well. No, the professor did not have any good intentions towards her, rather sadness or guilt, but the girl did not know why. The girl met a guy whom she greeted. He knew that her name was Renee and that she was a first-year student. The guy introduced himself as Freud's friend, Henry Presto, and said he knew she had just been with Freud. When asked how he knew this, Henry replied that he had his own methods, and he was also interested in what Freuden had been doing lately. While talking to the guy, Renee felt that he had no evil intentions towards her, but he was dangerous. Henry saw that the girl was looking at him strangely. He asked what he had done wrong and assured her that there was no need to be so afraid of him. The guy raised his index finger as if remembering something and offered his help as a way to settle their relationship. He said he had a part-time job that paid well and was fairly safe, and he was sure the girl knew that Theon's students were mostly commoners with no money. Renee asked the guy why he was telling her this since they had just met, and he explained that he was shocked to see Freuden spending time with a commoner like her. The girl didn't understand what was so surprising about it. She just thought he was a good person. Henry laughed at the girl's words that Freuden was a good man, but she did not understand why he was laughing. The guy said he hadn't laughed like that in a long time, and added that he thought the same thing even after all the time he spent around him. Henry stated that in any case, he was just curious to see the two of them together, and that Renee could decide if she wanted to accept the offer after she learned all the details. The day of the event came, where all the professors, Theona and Roger among them, were supposed to come. All the main characters of the party were already here in beautiful evening dresses. The new professors had a good reputation at the party. When Roger entered the hall, he attracted the attention of those who were talking about the merits of the new professors, and everyone realized that it was because of him that such rumors were circulating. Roger Talici looked confident and majestic. He managed to delight all the noble people in the city. Professor Chris Benamor was approached by a stranger who told him that he was as irresistible as the rumors said. Roger watched as everyone searched for connections. He decided to study the situation first and then go in search of Esmeralda. A certain Count Deckers approached the professor with a glass of wine, but the magician immediately made it clear that he was not in the mood for conversation. The Count was understanding of Roger and respectfully replied that he would not take up his time. Our hero rejoiced, because since he had attacked the Count, no flies would bother him, and he would take advantage of this to find Esmeralda. But Roger heard Selina's voice. Some unpleasant guy was pestering her and she couldn't get rid of him. The enemy asked her why she wanted to avoid him so much, and did not give her the opportunity to leave. The professor stood between them, blocking Selina from the man with his hand, and ordered him to stop and that the girl had plans for him. The enemy did not know who Roger was, but his subordinate whispered in his ear. And he proudly sang that he was the director of the Luke Company, Evan Luke, and he was sure that the professor had heard of the Luke Company, ordering him to get out of the way. Our hero felt how Selina lightly grabbed the edge of his jacket with her fingers. She was probably worried. Professor Roger calmly repeated that he already had plans with this woman, but the scoundrel impudently pointed his finger at the magician and ordered him not to think about joking with him, and that he would not leave him alone just because he was Theon's professor. Roger could not tolerate Evan's stupid remarks any longer and grabbed his enemy by the wrist. Since he spoke in such a tone, the magician decided to speak to him in the same way and said that he would not leave him alone, and asked how long he would go on babbling about being the director of Luke's company. Luke was screaming at the professor to let him go, or he would be fired from his job. It was amazing how hard Roger was squeezing his hand. But Evan's intimidation did not stop Professor Roger, and he only proved more strongly that he would not give up. This continued until Luke's subject asked to stop so that people would not get hurt, and removed the professor's hand. Evan huffed in anger, calling Roger a fallen nobleman, rubbing his wrist, and his subject told him to calm down because he was being watched, calling him young master. People were shocked when Evan slapped him and ordered him to call him director and said that he could not calm down after being treated like that. The villain shouted that he would get Professor Roger fired, and our hero thought that everything was going even more unusually than he expected. He wanted to run away, using Professor Selena as an excuse. But the rector arrived, and Evan started yelling that she had arrived just in time and asked how they even trained professors in Theon. Evan Luke started complaining that this fallen nobleman was trying to use violence against him, and if she still wanted the Luke company to sponsor them in the future, then she should fire him immediately. Eliza noted that the owner of the company, Luke, is the chairman, Theodore, and Evan is the son of the chairman, Luke, and it is unclear why some director is throwing around empty words. The rector asked if he had discussed his demands with his father. Evan assured that his father would of course agree with this, because he was his son, but suddenly he heard his father's voice. When Theodore came closer to Eliza, she smiled and asked if he thought so, and he had no choice but to apologize for his son's behavior, but the rector replied that everything was fine, and she even felt a little refreshed. Looking at his son with disapproval, Theodore thanked the rector for expressing herself that way. But since leaving everything as is would be a bit ugly, Eliza came up with an idea to fix the situation, and Evan's father became interested in what she meant. And she announced that here, in front of everyone, Professor Roger and Evan Luke could have a fair duel. Roger was really upset by this. Eliza handled the situation so well, and suddenly everything changed. No, maybe it was a good thing. If the situation had ended like this, that guy wouldn't have accepted it. Chairman Theodore didn't look happy about it either. And our hero came to the conclusion that a duel here would guarantee that there would be no trouble later, and said that he did not mind. Since Evan didn't have any magic, he was allowed to have someone else fight for him, and he offered his assistant to correct his mistake in this way, remaining basically satisfied with this arrangement. The scoundrel decided that it was worth trying to fight the assistant in a duel. He is quite an experienced magician. But only a few seconds passed, and he realized with disappointment that the duel was already over. Roger Talici was declared the winner, and Evan's assistant was defeated and lay on the floor. The company's bodyguard, Luke, was also considered a difficult opponent, but seeing how quickly he was defeated, Evan realized that the rumors about Roger using unique magic formulas were true. Chairman Theodore wondered if all of Theon's professors were monsters of that level, to which Eliza laughed and replied that of course not. It was just that Professor Roger was a rather unique individual. Eliza asked if he was complaining about it. The chairman realized that his face gave him away. It seemed he was getting old, but he said that since it was a fair fight, he should accept. Theodore asked not to worry about his stupid son, he would have a good talk with him. As expected from the chairman, Eliza noted that they were on the same wavelength. The chairman said that he wanted to ask the rector for something, to which she immediately answered no. He was surprised because he had not said anything yet. Eliza guessed that he was going to ask her to introduce him to Professor Roger, and asked him to refrain from addressing one of their professors. Our hero went outside. He was glad that it was all finally over, and now he could focus on his goal. But it was not to be. From behind, he heard Professor Selena calling him, and he stopped. Roger asked if she was okay, and the girl replied that everything was fine. She received an apology personally from the company's chairman, Luke, and thanked Roger for his help. Having learned that the magician had no further plans, Selena invited him to go with her to a meeting with professors of animism, who believe in the existence of the soul and spirits and the animation of all nature. To say that Roger was lucky is to say nothing, because it was a great opportunity to find Esmeralda, and they went to a meeting. There were 4 professors sitting at a round table. Professor Sosluna greeted the guests and asked Selena who had come with her. She introduced Professor Roger, and one of the girls said that she heard that he was appointed to the 2nd year as a new professor, but the magician noticed that no one was really reacting to him. The professor replied that someone like him did not deserve to teach the 2nd year, and he was considered a very modest person. They talked in this spirit for some time, and Roger became upset. It was useless. He apparently came here in vain. The magician watched the three professors closely, but none of them showed any particular reaction. In a recent conversation, Roger noted that Esmeralda was difficult and hot-tempered, not the type to keep her composure in a situation like this. So she wasn't one of the professors, although since Roger lacked information, he had to consider all the options. Passing by the waiter, the professor took a glass of alcohol and decided to wet his throat, and heard someone calling him. Roger didn't even notice when he took the glass that Renee was in the waiter's place. Seeing her, the teacher asked what she was doing there. The student told the professor that she had been recommended to work here part-time and drew the teacher's attention to the fact that several of her classmates were also here. Roger thought about it and advised the girl not to overwork herself and go home before it was too late. Renee thanked the professor and left. Professor Selena walked up to Roger. She was also surprised when she saw Renee as a waitress. The colleague said that she knew the girl before, and then she saw another student who worked here, and the magician asked who she meant. Selena pointed to the girl and noted that she was a new student, but already well-versed in animism. It was Joanna Lovett. She was just serving a glass to one of the guests, and Roger noticed her. Come to think of it, he had completely forgotten about the students. Since Esmeralda was a high-level animist, he thought that she would definitely be a professor. But there could also be professionals among the students, so the magician took a closer look at the girl and noticed that she was heading somewhere. Having given the last glasses from the tray to the guests, the student purposefully headed somewhere. Joanna walked over to the table where the trays were and put hers down, as it was empty. After that, she turned around, leaning against the table and simply looking into the hall at the visitors. Roger was surprised that she had really left only to put down the tray. Our hero thought that he was probably paying attention to the wrong things, and at this rate he would miss important details. Roger overheard the conversation from the side and looked towards the conversation. One man was talking about guys who wanted to start a business. According to him, they bought fabric. It seems they are going to start producing clothes. The interlocutor noted what the lower-class people are thinking about. The magician realized that this was about Violetta. She was acting even faster than he thought, although she was trying to hide it. But apparently she was already in despair, which meant she could be relied upon. The guests said how dare they not know their place and conduct the affairs of commoners on the territory of the imperial family, and it was obvious that they would soon go bankrupt, and decided to simply watch them over a glass of wine. Roger took a sip and thought what idiots they were. Their inaction would eventually turn into a huge wave that would change the course of the future. Soon these people will understand this, and these conversationalists and all the others whom the magician knew here. Thinking about this, Roger felt something happening to him. His body began to tremble and weaken. Our hero dropped the glass from his hand and it fell, smashing on the floor, and the crash attracted the attention of some people. Professor Selena was worried about Roger and supported him, asking if everything was okay. The magician pretended that everything was fine. It was just that the floor was slippery. The professor said he would be back soon, just going out for some fresh air, leaving Selena confused. Professor Chris noticed that something was happening to Chalichi and he was very interested. As he stepped outside, Roger tried to drown out the voices in his head that demanded he accept them, their power, calling the mage the chosen one. The guy took the pills out of his pocket and took them. Thank God that their effect was very fast, and he felt better. Roger realized that by focusing on the quick duel, he had used up too much magic power. He had been too careless, and he hadn't even noticed it. But he didn't notice not only this, but also that Professor Chris was hiding around the corner and spying on him. He could smell the medicine. Returning to the party, our hero heard cries for help and immediately tried to find out what was happening in the room. In the hall, he noticed a blazing flame, and people were shouting about a monster and running in different directions. But Roger couldn't understand what the hell it was. He saw a monster that was all on fire. The first thought that came to the professor's mind, looking at what was happening, was that it was Esmeralda. People couldn't understand where this monster came from, but they didn't think about it for long, because the priority was to evacuate the visitors. One woman shouted for people to run to safety and pointed with her hand towards the exit. Suddenly, spirits appeared in the air. People were screaming, they were scared, because they did not understand what was happening. It was Angela Anderson, Tiona's fifth-year animism professor, and Viorano Dentis, Tiona's fourth-year animism professor. They called upon the spirits to help them defeat the fire monster. But to their amazement, none of the attacks worked. Someone noticed that something similar to fire was falling from the ceiling. When it got on clothes, it was impossible to extinguish it, and the person could simply catch fire.